Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Oh. Let the doors be open. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons, consideration at second reading of Bill C-14, an act to amend the criminal code and to make related amendments to other acts, medical assistant in dying.
Mrs. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Ms. Leboutillier, moves that Bill C-14, an act to amend the criminal code and to make related amendments to other acts, medical assistance in dying, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House to address Bill C-14, which would, for the first time in our country's history, create a federal legislative framework to permit medical assistance in dying across Canada. Before I begin my remarks today, I want to acknowledge that medical assistance in dying is a challenging issue for all Canadians. It is difficult. Death and dying are not things that we are comfortable talking about in our society. We all have stories of our families and those people close to us that touch us and that challenge us in this regard. Nonetheless, since the release of last year's decision in the Supreme Court of Canada in Carter, this government has not shied away from having difficult conversations with Canadians. Equally, I want to recognize that we did not wrestle with these issues alone. I commend the dedicated efforts of all the individuals and organizations who have made tremendous contributions to the public debate and dialogue around how we implement medical assistance in dying in Canada. I do not have time to reflect in my remarks today all the names of the people who have been involved, but I would first like to recognize the members of the Special Joint Committee who exemplify dedication and service to Canadians in delivering a comprehensive report under extremely difficult and tight time constraints. Their task was not easy, but they rose to the challenge. I also want to acknowledge the work of the Federal External Panel and the Provincial External or Expert Advisory Group, as well as the thousands of individual Canadians, experts, and organizations that participated in these consultations. I would like to stress how invaluable all this input and evidence was in the development of the bill, as explained and referenced in the Department of Justice legislative background on C-14, which I will be tabling later this morning, and that is now available on the Justice Canada website at that time. The bill that is before the House today is a culmination of all these efforts. From the start, we have known that the Supreme Court of Canada's unanimous decision in Carter from the decision that it isn't about whether or not to have medical assistance in dying, it is about how we will do it. We are keenly aware of the diverse perspectives on this issue, and each of them raise worthy considerations. We have also looked carefully at the evidence from other jurisdictions that permit medical assistance in dying. With all this in mind, and in appreciating the limited time frame that we have had to respond to the Carter decision, our government has chosen an approach that respects both the Charter and the needs and values of Canadians. First, it would permit physicians and nurse practitioners to provide medical assistance in dying so that patients who are suffering intolerably from a serious medical condition and whose death is reasonably foreseeable, given all of their medical circumstances, can have a peaceful death and not be forced to endure slow and painful suffering. Second, it would also commit to study the other situations in which a request for medical assistance in dying might be made, situations which were not in evidence before the court in the Carter litigation and which were beyond the scope of its ruling. This evidence-based approach will allow us to respect the autonomy and the Charter rights of Canadians while ensuring robust protections for vulnerable persons. It's the right approach for our country. Our government, under the leadership of my colleague, the Minister of Health, will be bringing forward non-legislative approaches to support the bill, including end-of-life care coordination system for linking patients to willing providers, and in the context of a new health accord, we will promote the improvements to palliative care across the country. And to ensure public safety, the bill would reenact Sections 14 and 241B of the Criminal Code, but provide exemptions to permit medical assistance in dying for eligible persons. The bill would limit eligibility to persons 18 years and over who are capable of making decisions with respect to their health. The bill would require that the person be competent at the time that the medical assistance in dying is provided, which practically means that advance directives would not be permitted. Requests must be fully informed and free from coercion to ensure they reflect the person's true wishes. The bill would also require that the person have a grievous and irremediable condition, which is defined in the bill. The definition is intended to be applied flexibly by physicians and nurse practitioners who can use their training, ethics, and good judgment to apply the criteria. To be clear, the bill does not require that a person be dying from a fatal illness or disease or be terminally ill. Rather, it uses more flexible wording, namely, their natural death has become reasonably foreseeable, taking into account all of their medical circumstances. This language was deliberately chosen to ensure that people who are on a trajectory towards death in a wide range of circumstances can choose a peaceful death instead of having to endure a long or painful one. As the Supreme Court of Canada noted, Gloria Taylor was dying from a terminal illness and would be eligible. So too would Kay Carter, who was 89 and, according to the court, suffered from spinal stenosis, which itself does not cause death but can become life-threatening in conjunction with other circumstances such as age and frailty. This approach to eligibility responds directly to the Supreme Court's ruling as it noted in paragraph 127. Quote, "The scope of this declaration is intended to respond to the factual circumstances in this case. We make no pronouncement on other situations where physician-assisted dying may be sought." In our view, the people captured by the court's ruling would be eligible under the proposed legislation. Moreover, the legislation proposes a workable standard. The Canadian Medical Association, in supporting the legislation, has stated that the proposed eligibility criteria are one of several critical elements to support a consistent national approach. Bearing in mind that medical assistance in dying can pose real risks, and equally that we do not wish to promote premature death as a solution to all medical suffering, these criteria may not allow eligibility for some circumstances, such as a person with a major physical disability who is otherwise in good health, or a person who solely suffers from mental illness. These conditions, in absence of additional medical circumstances, may not be associated with a reasonably foreseeable death. Our approach in no way denies the suffering experienced by persons who would not be eligible. In partnership with the provinces and territories, we will do what we can to improve the quality of health services and other supports that are needed to enable such individuals to live a better quality of life. We have listened to those who say that permitting medical assistance in dying as a response to suffering in life, as opposed to suffering in the dying process, will put already vulnerable individuals at greater risk. We recognize that medical assistance in dying will, in many respects, fundamentally change our medical culture and our society. It is appropriate in this context to focus our attention on facilitating personal autonomy in the dying process, where the risks to the vulnerable are manageable. The bill recognizes that procedural safeguards are necessary and appropriate in medical assistance in dying. The bill would adopt the recommendations of the Special Joint Committee regarding the appropriate safeguards. For example, eligibility must be assessed by at least 2 medical practitioners or authorized nurse practitioners. The bill would also set out a legal framework for a compulsory monitoring regime to ensure that we have Canadian data to assess how medical assistance in dying is working in practice. This is an issue that will require close cooperation with the provinces and territories, and the monitoring requirements would only become binding after the Minister of Health brings forward regulations, which she will develop in consultation with those governments. Finally, the bill would commit Parliament to review its provisions after 5 years. In addition to the parliamentary review mechanism included in the bill, we will also undertake independent studies into 3 key issues that the Supreme Court of Canada in Carter declined to address: eligibility for persons under 18, advanced requests and requests for medical assistance in dying solely on the basis of mental illness. To be clear, the ruling in Carter was expressly limited to a competent adult person who clearly consents to the termination of life. Further, the Supreme Court stated that assistance in dying for minors or persons with psychiatric disorders would not fall within the parameters suggested in these reasons. Simply put, the courts in Carter did not hear evidence related to these sorts of cases, nor did the Supreme Court find that there was a right to medical assistance in dying in any of these circumstances. Regarding persons under 18, we are mindful of the evidence heard at the Special Joint Committee that more specific study and evidence are needed given the irrevocable nature of the procedure and the fact that minors are vulnerable by virtue of their age. In terms of advance requests, where a person makes a request in advance for a form of treatment that they would want in the future if they lose their ability to express their wishes, the risks of error and abuse increase when a person is unable to confirm previously stated wishes. In effect, a person loses the ability to withdraw their consent to die. They would no longer clearly consent in the language of Carter. We are also mindful of evidence that people often err in making predictions about how they will respond to future medical suffering. In the very few jurisdictions where advanced requests are allowed, physicians generally will not perform medical assistance in dying under ethically difficult circumstances where the person is conscious but mentally incompetent to express their wishes. More study of this complex issue is required. For mental illness as a sole basis for requests for medical assistance in dying, future study is also needed. This is the delicate balance that our bill would strike. Circumstances beyond the scope of the Carter decision will be studied. But at this moment, we will act responsibly as we take our first steps as a country on this challenging issue. A question that many have about the bill is whether it is consistent with the Carter ruling. There will always be diversity of opinion about what is required to respond to a particular judgment. But it falls to Parliament not only to respect the court's decision, but also listen to the diverse voices and decide what the public interest demands. It's never as simple as simply cutting and pasting the words from a court judgment into new law. The bill before the House today respects Carter and complies with the Charter of Rights. The court ruled that the previous law, which involved a complete prohibition, went too far in restricting the rights of Canadians, like Ms. Carter and Ms. Taylor, whose natural deaths had become reasonably foreseeable, to choose medical assistance in dying. As I've already mentioned, the court expressly stated that it did not pronounce on anything beyond the factual circumstances of the case before it. The court did not define the term grievous and irremediable condition. It left the task of definition, as well as the elaboration of public policy and safeguards, to Parliament. The eligibility criteria in the bill are consistent not only with the legal principles of Carter, but with the circumstances of the plaintiffs in the Carter case, including Gloria Taylor, who was suffering from fatal ALS, and Kay Carter, who was also in a state of irreversible decline and nearing the end of her life. In finding that an absolute prohibition was unconstitutional, the court did not require Parliament to act enact a specific medical assistance in dying regime. Rather, it directed us to address the deficiencies of the previous law. The court said that physician-assisted death involves complex issues of social policy and a number of competing societal values. Parliament faces a difficult task in addressing this issue. It must weigh and balance the perspective of those who might be at risk in a permissive regime against those who seek assistance in dying. This is precisely what C-14 does. It respects personal autonomy, protects the vulnerable, and affirms the inherent value in every human life. The bill would create a consistent national floor in terms of eligibility and procedural safeguards under the federal criminal law power, which is there to ensure the safety of all Canadians. The requirements you see in the bill would have to be respected across the country. However, provinces and professional regulatory bodies may also choose under their jurisdiction to add additional safeguards or requirements, such as how to respect the Minister of Health will be working with her counterparts to bring forward a coordinated system for linking patients to willing providers. I want to say a few words about how the bill would give Canadians confidence that the risks associated with medical assistance in dying will be carefully addressed. Ultimately, we want medical assistance in dying to reflect the true autonomous choice of Canadians who request it. But we know how autonomy can be compromised in both overt and subtle ways. At points in our life, all of us are vulnerable. But vulnerability is experienced disproportionately by those Canadians who are alone or lack social supports, who live in poverty, who face discrimination, or for a multitude of other reasons. Some persons may feel that they are a burden to others or struggle to find joy and purpose in their lives. The availability of medical assistance in dying must not inadvertently tempt persons who are experiencing these or other sorts of vulnerabilities to choose a premature death. Nor should it suggest that dying is an appropriate response to a life with disability. It makes sense to limit medical assistance in dying to situations where death is reasonably foreseeable, where our physicians, nurse practitioners, and others can draw on their existing ethical and practical knowledge, training, and expertise in addressing these challenging circumstances. Coupled with robust procedural safeguards, the bill would effectively respond to the risks and ensure that requests for medical assistance in dying are made freely, autonomously, and with the benefit of full information. More fundamentally, our government wants medical assistance in dying to be there for Canadians so that they can have a choice of a peaceful death that accords with how they have lived their lives over a painful and prolonged one that does not. Our government believes in the equality of all Canadians' lives and sees the inherent value in each of them. Before eligibility for medical assistance in dying is extended beyond persons who are suffering intolerably and in a state of decline towards death, which is what the Carter decision was about, we need to be absolutely confident that we would not be putting vulnerable people at risk and undermining important policy goals and or societal values, such as supporting Canadians with physical or mental disabilities to live out healthy lives and fully participate in our society. I look forward to working with all members of these chambers on this incredibly difficult and complex issue to ensure that before June the 6th of 2016, our country will have a law that respects the autonomy and provides choice to Canadians while also protecting those in our society who we too often lose sight of. Together, let's take this opportunity to build consensus of which Canadians can be proud. And finally, Madam Speaker, I am tabling in both official languages a document entitled Legislative Background, Medical Assistance in Dying, Bill C-14. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister tells us correctly that the court left the task of defining certain terms to Parliament. It's therefore regrettable that the key term in this legislation, reasonably foreseeable death, is not defined. The term reasonably foreseeable is not defined. And this is problematic, Madam Speaker, because in her speech, in which she expresses what the government's intent is on the subject, the Minister is ambiguous as to what the meaning could be. She says, and I'm quoting here, "It is not necessary to be terminally ill." So therefore, reasonably foreseeable does not mean that we actually have a projected end date to that person's life, unless she has some definition of terminally ill that is different from the one that is normally used. She says, on the other hand, we do not promote premature death. And again, these two are directly in contradiction unless she has some definition for the term premature death that is not yet being shared with us. So I'll ask this question to the Minister. Would she object to an amendment to this legislation in the committee process that would give a definition to the term reasonably foreseeable so that this is not left up to other individuals who may apply different standards and that Canadians are not faced with what I think is an unreasonable amount of uncertainty as to what this bill actually is going to do when it's put into practice?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank my honourable colleague across the way for the question. First of all, let me say that I am looking forward to the substantive discussion that we have in this House around this particular issue, and certainly looking forward to the discussion that will ensue in both houses in terms of the committee work. And I expect that the robust discussion will lead to many suggestions for improvements of the bill. I believe fundamentally, potential improvements of the bill, I believe fundamentally in the democratic process, and look forward to the discussions at committee, of which I will be participating. The question was specifically around reasonable foreseeability, and in terms of the legislation, or in terms of reasonable foreseeability and the elements of eligibility in terms of being able to seek medical assistance in dying, all of the elements must be read together, and we purposefully provided flexibility to medical practitioners to use their expertise to determine, taking into account all the circumstances of a person's medical condition, what they deem most appropriate or define as reasonably foreseeable.
The questions and comments, questions et commentaires, the Honourable Member for Victoria.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd first like to begin by congratulating the Minister on a very thoughtful presentation. Very grateful for that. She did in her remarks refer to the need for a delicate balance and believes that she has got that balance right in the bill before us. She then talked about the need for parliamentarians to listen to Canadians, but also, of course, to listen fundamentally, I thought she said, to the court. And I guess the question I have with respect to the rule of law is, had we listened to other Canadians in the context of other delicate issues such as abortion or same-sex marriage rights or the like, that might have undercut what the court said in those judgments. So my question to the Minister is this. If she is persuaded by evidence she hears that we have not got that delicate balance right, A, would she agree to amendments, and B, would she agree perhaps to referring this to the Supreme Court of Canada in an official reference to make sure we've got the delicate balance to which she referred right?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my friend for the question. I am confident in the proposed legislation that we put forward in terms of that it meets the and answers the Supreme Court of Canada decision in Carter, as well as is compliant with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The Supreme Court was very clear on two things. An absolute ban on medical assistance in dying is contrary to the Charter, and that two, it is up to Parliament and provincial legislatures to design the complex regulatory regime around it. With respect to the question on whether or not putting this to a reference to the Supreme Court of Canada, we as legislators have a responsibility to ensure that we've found are putting forward the right balance, and that is our job to do that. And it would be certainly premature to consider any reference to the Supreme Court of Canada in advance of Parliament having a law in place.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank and congratulate the Minister on her speech and her incredible leadership on a question that is so important in our country at this time. I have a couple of questions. In her speech, she talked about the fact that there were many influences on the decision that the government ultimately decided to take. I would invite her to perhaps talk about the influence of the Special Joint Committee on Bill C-14 and also on the Quebec legislation on Bill C-14. The other question that I would ask her to address arises out of the question from the Conservative member opposite and his expressed concern over the lack of clarity in the words reasonable foreseeability. Perhaps if she could comment on those terms and whether these are terms that are recognized in case law and statutory law in terms of how they have been interpreted by the courts and the guidance that should be able to provide us in understanding the purpose of the legislation. Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for the questions. In terms of influences, again, really welcome and support and thank the Special Joint Committee for their substantive recommendations, all of which have led and propelled forward a national discussion on this really important issue. I have had the opportunity to work closely with and be in communication with the province of Quebec in terms of hearing from them and learning from them in terms of the years that they invested to come up with their own medical aid in dying legislation, which was enacted last year. And in terms of reasonable foreseeability, this is a commonly used term in many areas of the law, including criminal law, and it turns or is applied depending on the nature of the circumstances of a particular piece of legislation.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank the Minister on that excellent speech. It does give Canadians a good idea what this legislation is about, and I do applaud her on that. When I'm looking at this legislation myself, I do need to find a balance here. I'm taking this back to my constituents, and we're speaking on this. And one of the questions that I specifically have is I do have a friend that has been suffering from ALS, and so this might be too much of a timeline where we might not be able to actually get the answer. But would we be looking at foreseeable death as the time of diagnosis? He's been suffering for about 12 years. Are we saying that when he was diagnosed, that the following day he could then say, I believe this is the best way for me to finish my life and proceed with the assisted dying now? Or is this something that he would be going a little bit further until he actually became much more ill?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you for the question, and certainly support all members going back into their ridings to have these discussions among their constituents. In terms of reasonable foreseeability, in terms of diagnosis, certainly, as I said, we leave the determination taking into account all of the elements up to medical practitioners, but the requirement of reasonable foreseeability must be in conjunction with an irreversible state of decline or a trajectory towards death, and that would be determined in individual cases on a case-by-case basis, recognizing the many views that we were provided in terms of individual circumstances of patients being quite different.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and first of all, I would like to thank the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada for her thoughtful presentation this morning. The issue of physician-assisted dying is one of the most important social issues that Canada has faced in some time. And, Madam Speaker, there is no question that physician-assisted dying will be one of the most important issues that this Parliament must address. I had the unique opportunity to give special attention to the issue of physician-assisted dying as a Vice Chair of the Special Joint Committee on Physician-Assisted Dying. And I can say that the Special Joint Committee had a very short time period to deal with a highly sensitive and complex issue. And while I, along with my Conservative MP colleagues on the committee, the Honourable Member for Louis St. Laurent, the Member for Langley-Aldergrove, and the Member for Kitchener-Conestoga, were not able to agree with all of the recommendations in the main committee report, I can say that all members from all parties and in both houses worked respectfully and in good faith to do what they believed was best for Canada and respectful of the law arising from the Carter decision. And Madam Speaker, I would particularly like to acknowledge the Honourable Member for Don Valley West, who served ably as chair of the Special Joint Committee. Madam Speaker, the issue of physician-assisted dying raises many deep legal, moral, and ethical questions. It is an issue that Canadians get very emotional about. And that's understandable, because when we're talking about physician-assisted dying, we're talking about something that is probably the most important thing to any human being, living and dying, the right to live and the right to die. It is not a new issue to Parliament. Indeed, over the last 25 or so years, this issue has come before Parliament 14 or 15 times. And each time that Parliament was asked the question whether to legalize physician-assisted dying or not, Parliament chose not to. But the issue of whether we should legalize physician-assisted dying or not is over, because the Supreme Court of Canada in Carter determined that physician-assisted dying is a charter right for certain Canadians. And while the Supreme Court recognized that physician-assisted dying is a charter right for certain Canadians, it is important to emphasize that the Supreme Court said that it is a charter right for certain Canadians. The Supreme Court did not say that physician-assisted dying is a charter right to anyone, anytime, anywhere, under any circumstances in Canada. Rather, the Court set out a clear set of parameters. And more specifically, what the Court determined was that competent adult persons who are suffering intolerably from a grievous and irremediable condition and who give their clear consent have a right under Section 7 of the Charter to physician-assisted dying. In so deciding, the Supreme Court sought to strike a balance between, on the one hand, respecting individual autonomy with the need to protect vulnerable persons. And the Supreme Court, Madam Speaker, was satisfied that that balance could be achieved with what the Court characterized in paragraph 105 of its decision as a system of carefully designed and monitored safeguards. So the task before Parliament is to find that balance in the way of a legislative response. As a starting point for a legislative response, it is important to look to the Carter decision. Does the legislation satisfy the parameters of Carter? And, Madam Speaker, I am satisfied that the legislation does satisfy the general parameters of Carter in limiting physician-assisted dying to competent adult persons who are suffering from an incurable disease or illness in an irreversible state of decline and whose death is foreseeable. That being said, Madam Speaker, I believe that the legislation falls short in at least two regards at this present time. First of all, I'm not satisfied that the legislation sufficiently protects vulnerable persons particularly with underlying mental health challenges. Secondly, I'm disappointed that the legislation does not contain provisions to protect the conscience rights of physicians and allied health professionals. With respect to safeguards, it is true that the legislation limits physician-assisted dying to persons who are suffering from a physical illness. And, Madam Speaker, make no mistake, that is a very important safeguard. And that safeguard, by the way, is consistent with what the Supreme Court pronounced in holding that one has a right to physician-assisted dying in the context of an irremediable condition. Where the legislation, however, falls short is it doesn't take into account persons who have a physical illness on the one hand, but on the other hand suffer from an underlying mental health challenge. And make no mistake about it, if someone has an underlying mental health challenge and they're suffering from a physical illness and they meet all of the criteria of Carter, they have a right to physician-assisted dying, as does every other Canadian who meets that criteria. The issue is ensuring their capacity to consent. And in that regard, it is important to remember, Madam Speaker, that the Supreme Court, as one of the key criterion and the parameters that they set out, said that an individual must give their clear consent. Now, the evidence before the Special Joint Committee is that physicians generally have the training and skill to diagnose someone with an underlying mental health challenge, to identify the underlying mental health challenge. But to take the next step, to undertake the kind of complex analysis of determining capacity and consent, there was a significant amount of evidence that said any physician isn't able to do it. Rather, someone with more specialized training, such as a psychiatrist, is able to undertake that type of assessment. So, Madam Speaker, I would respectfully submit that it would be an improvement, an important improvement in the legislation to contain a safeguard to require a psychiatrist to undertake an evaluation of the patient who is determined to have an underlying mental health challenge, to determine capacity to consent on a decision that is ultimately irreversible. Secondly, Madam Speaker, with respect to conscience protections, I was disappointed that there is no provision for conscience protections in the legislation. Rather, Madam Speaker, this has been passed on to the provinces, to the colleges, to professional regulating bodies. And, Madam Speaker, I believe that the Government of Canada has a duty to protect the conscience rights of physicians and allied health professionals. The conscience rights of physicians are charter rights, and those charter rights are as important as the charter rights of patients to access physician-assisted dying. And the charter rights of physicians with respect to the protection of their conscience and right to conscientious objection is not only any charter right, it is a charter right under Section 2 of the Charter, and Section 2 charter rights are considered to be fundamental freedoms. So, Madam Speaker, I think it is important that the legislation sufficiently respect everyone's charter rights, the charter rights of patients and the charter rights of physicians. And lastly, Madam Speaker, I want to emphasize the importance for the government to respond quickly in the area of palliative care. This is really very critical. It is something that Parliament has talked about for a long time. There have been somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 or 5 Senate committee reports. There was a report out of the House of Commons, at least one. I know that the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga had chaired a committee that looked at the issue of palliative care. But now that physician-assisted dying has become a reality, it is time to end the discussion and time to act when it comes to providing access to palliative care. It is widely recognized that palliative care is an essential part of end-of-life decision-making. And one thing that I heard over and over again as a member of the Special Joint Committee was that one cannot truly consent to physician-assisted dying unless they have all options available to them. And Madam Speaker, one of those options is palliative care. But the fact is that only 15 to 30% of Canadians have access to palliative care. And let me say that the option of palliative care without access to palliative care is no option at all. Now, I want to acknowledge that the Minister of Health did announce $3 billion in funding to palliative care, and I think that this is a very important step in the right direction. But it is also noteworthy that there is no mention in the budget of palliative care. There is not one new cent for funding towards palliative care. So it begs the question, where and when is this funding going to come from? And where is it going to go? It is absolutely important that the government take decisive action on palliative care. And so, with that, Madam Speaker, I would say that this legislation is a significant step in the right direction, having regard for some of the recommendations in the Special Joint Committee main report that I believe went beyond the scope of Carter. And I want to thank the government for listening, for considering the dissenting report that was offered by myself as well as my 3 Conservative MP colleagues on the committee. However, it is imperfect legislation. There are some what I would consider to be significant flaws. I'm hopeful that the government will be amenable as the legislation moves forward to accept amendments so that everyone's charter rights can be respected, the charter rights of patients, the charter rights of physicians and allied health professionals, and the charter rights of vulnerable persons. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Miramichi Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboine, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton for a impassioned and very principled speech. Now, just from my perspective, the question was brought up as to whether medical practitioners should have the right to exercise their conscience in either performing or referring for this. I've practiced medicine for 20 years. I know the importance of keeping to one's conscience in a medical practice. Another controversial issue in our society is the issue of abortion. There's no legislative protection for physicians that will say that they have the right to refuse to perform abortions or refuse to refer for them. However, no physician in Canada, to my knowledge, has ever been forced to either perform or to perform against one's conscience. I don't know that such legislation is therefore required for the same objection in this.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, Madam Speaker, I want to thank my honourable friend across the way for that important question. And I'm concerned that there will be inconsistencies. There already seem to be some inconsistencies with some of the guidelines that have come out of the colleges. I think there is a simple way to address this to ensure that physicians' charter rights are respected. And I think that the federal government can play a role in that end with a fairly simple amendment to the legislation. And I would note, Madam Speaker, that there is a precedent for this type of legislation. It is Section 3 of the Civil Marriage Act, which simply provides that no religious officials may be penalized if they decide not to partake in a civil marriage. So I think that something similar to Section 3 of the Civil Marriage Act could be included in this legislation and would go a long way to ensuring that everyone's charter rights, including those of physicians, are protected.
To remind members that as opposed to shouting out things, to please, if you want to contribute, please stand up and be recognized. So questions and comments, questions et commentaires, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague from St. Albert Edmonton for a very useful contribution and in the same spirit with which he contributed so much during the work of this Special Joint Committee on Physician-Assisted Dying, which I had the honour of being part of. And I would like to echo with him his thanks to the member for Don Valley West and also the Senator Ogilvie, who co-chaired that important committee. And I just hope that during this debate we can sustain that same tone of respectful dialogue. He indicated that he was satisfied that Bill C-14 is consistent with the Carter case, and on that point, as I will elaborate, hope later today, I respectfully disagree, but hope we can work together in the Justice Committee to get it right for all Canadians. I was taken with his comments on conscience protection in the legislation, something that just came up as well in the comment from my colleague across the way. In pointing out that it is a charter right for those who have conscience reasons not to participate in medical aid in dying, I think he made an excellent reference to Section 3.1 of the Civil Marriage Act, which requires that there be, which gives a recognition for that conscience protection in that bill. And I guess I'm wondering whether or not it should be appropriate, however, to leave this to the province, because some have said this is a matter, I think the minister made that point as well, of provincial jurisdiction, working with the colleges. But on the other hand, he points out that it involves the charter. And therefore, those individuals who wish to support those rights are going to have to work with 13 other jurisdictions. I'd like the member's comments on whether he thinks that is appropriate.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, I want to thank my friend, the honourable member for Victoria, and also acknowledge the important contribution that he made to the Special Joint Committee. His contribution was very valuable. I would just reiterate the point that I previously made, that I do see a need for consistency, and that can be done in the way of a simple amendment to the legislation. On the issue of jurisdiction, I would note that in the Carter decision, the Supreme Court expressly recognized that health care is an area of concurrent jurisdiction, so I believe that there is ample room jurisdictionally for the government to act in this regard.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
No,
oh, sorry. Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to the honourable member from St. Pardon me? Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much to the members across the aisle. And thank you to the honourable member from St. Albert Edmonton for his service on the Special Joint Committee. I'm very interested in the questions that we are going to ask ourselves as Canadian society in the future, and I'm interested in his views on advanced consent, consent for mature minors, and eligibility based solely on mental illness. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton, for St. Albert Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, I believe that any legislative response needs to adhere to the parameters of Carter. And what the Supreme Court said with respect to minors is, the Supreme Court said, competent adult persons. If the Supreme Court contemplated minors, the Supreme Court would have said so, but the Supreme Court did not say that. They were very clear in saying competent adult persons. Similarly, with respect to advanced directives, the Supreme Court said that persons who are suffering intolerably from a grievous and irremediable condition have a right to physician-assisted dying, not persons who anticipate that they will suffer from a grievous and irremediable condition. I would also note that in the province of Quebec, which passed Bill 52, over the course of, by the way, 6 years, 3 national assemblies, and 3 different governments, that advanced directives were initially in the first draft of Bill 52, but they were ultimately removed from the legislation when it was passed by the Quebec National Assembly because legislators in Quebec were not satisfied that advanced directives could be incorporated into the legislation without mitigating significant risks. And lastly, Madam, okay, thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
For his remarks and the good work he did on the committee, and to some extent the brave face he's putting on its work. Of course, members worked hard on that committee, but we're aware of the problems in the process as well. The fact that we heard from 3 separate panels from the lobby group Dying with Dignity. We didn't hear from any anti-euthanasia advocacy group there. But I want to just follow up on the question about conscience, because I think we had some misinformation from the other side. The reality is that right now in Ontario, the policy of the College of Physicians and Surgeons is that there is a requirement not only to refer, but also to provide services that are within the standard of care in an emergency situation. So members from other provinces, I'm not from Ontario either, but members from other provinces should know that that is presently the reality in Ontario. So if we pass this legislation without conscience protection, presumably euthanasia, assisted suicide enter the standard of care and are then fit within that existing framework of the College of Physicians and Surgeons in Ontario policy. We might hope that they might change the policy or create special accommodations, but in the absence of that, that will be the reality right away. So I want to know what the member thinks about that and maybe just underline why conscience is important because of the current reality in Ontario and the need for consistency across the country.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, I want to thank my colleague, the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for that question. I do not support an effective referral regime. I believe that an effective referral regime would contravene Section 2 of the Charter, and I would also note that there is no jurisdiction in the world that has an effective referral regime, not Belgium, not the Netherlands, not any of the U.S. states that have physician-assisted dying, and not the province of Quebec.
We have time for a very, very brief question. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague across the way for his work on the Special Joint Committee and certainly for your speech today. I appreciate the discussion around conscience rights of medical practitioners and institutions, and wondered if my friend had any comments on the Canadian Medical Association's agreement with respect to the legislation and not advocating a worry with respect to conscience rights. And then also I just wanted to know if my friend...
I'm sorry. We only had time for a brief question, so we need an answer. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, Madam Speaker, first of all, there are a number of physicians, a large number of physicians who have raised this issue, and I think Parliament owes it to them to address the issue. I agree with the Minister of Justice and Attorney General that it is absolutely imperative, absolutely essential that Parliament pass legislation before the declaration on the stay of constitutional invalidity expires on June 6.
Statements by members. The honourable member for Davenport.
Madam Speaker, today on April 22nd, we mark the beginning of National Dance Week, a cross-Canada celebration of dance. The week will culminate on April 29th, which is recognized as International Dance Day. Madam Speaker, Canadians love to dance. We like to see dance. In 2013, there were more than 1.1 million attendees to 2,700 performances by 88 Canadian dance companies. We volunteer for dance. 4,200 volunteers collectively contributed 8,200 hours of their time to see these dance companies in 2013, and our children love to dance. In 2013, over 625,000 Canadian kids and youth were registered in organized dance, making dance the third most popular organized physical activity. I'm proud to say that in my riding of Davenport, it is rich with these dance programs and organizations, including Dreamwalker Dance Company. In recognition of our love to dance, I would like to celebrate all right across Canada who contribute to engaging Canadians through dance in their communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate this year's inductees into the Agriculture Wall of Fame at the Stratford Perth Museum, John and Mary McIntosh of Perth South and David Carson of Listowel. These tremendous individuals were selected not only for their devotion to farming, but for their extensive volunteer work in our rural communities. David Carson is a world-renowned supplier of dairy cattle in Clydesdales. He contributes to 4-H programs, the Listowel Egg Society, charity auctions, and in 2005 he hosted the International Plowing Match at his farm. John and Mary McIntosh have made tremendous contributions to the Perth County Federation of Agriculture, the Perth Environmental Farm Plan, the Ontario Agriculture Hall of Fame, the Perth County Dairy Producer Committee, St. Mary's Memorial Hospital, and many local plowing matches. It is through great community volunteers and leaders like John, Mary, and David that rural Ontario is such a great place to live and grow. Thank you for all that you do, and congratulations.
The honourable member for Etobicoke-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize Earth Day 2016 and to talk about responsible resource development. But first, I'd like to wish a happy belated birthday to my 8-year-old daughter, Sarah. She's the apple of my eye, and yesterday was her 8th birthday. Madam Speaker, a clean environment and a strong economy do go hand in hand. Proper oversight, a robust consultation process, and steps to warrant the protection of the environment are crucial to successful natural resource development projects such as Energy East Pipeline and the Sisson Partnership Mining Project, which is in my riding. It is necessary to ensure sustainable, safe, responsible resource development, as we need to ensure to use this earth in our interest and in the best interest of our children and future generations to come, to leave a legacy for future generations like my daughter Sarah and children such as her. Earth Day should be every day, and as the Indigenous American proverb stated, we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Madam Speaker, I rise once again today to call for action to save the southern resident killer whales. These whales have great spiritual significance for First Nations. They're an icon for Vancouver Island and an important part of our local tourism economy. Despite the recent baby boom, they remain on the edge, especially as newborn orcas have a mortality rate exceeding 50%. Madam Speaker, the whales are doing their part, but our Canadian government not so much. The southern residents were listed as endangered in 2003, and so the Species at Risk Act requires the Government of Canada to implement an action plan for their recovery. 13 years and 3 governments later, we still have no plan in place. In 2013, I introduced a motion laying out the elements necessary for an effective recovery plan. In 2014, the Conservative government put forward a draft plan missing most of those elements, but even that weak plan is still sitting on the shelf. I call on the Minister of Environment to act quickly to adopt an action plan for the southern resident killer whales, which has real action in it and the funding necessary to make sure these orcas will continue to inspire generations.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Madam Speaker, today we celebrate Earth Day, and tomorrow I will join Friends for Neighbourhood and Park cleanups, enjoying nature in the beautiful Don Valley. Next weekend, I will paddle the Don, a river whose history is inexplicably linked to countless generations of Toronto residents since it was first known to the Ojibwa as Wanscotonac. On Earth Day, we are reminded of our shared task to ensure that the Don Valley and its river will be a living place for generations to come. I'm proud of the broad new efforts of our government, which is making progress on climate change and on protecting our national parks. I'm equally proud of local groups like Friends of the Don East and the Evergreen Brickworks, who, with the City of Toronto, are working to restore the river that shaped Toronto and make better use of its adjacent green spaces. On Earth Day, I thank the students, volunteers, planners, and architects who are working hard to revitalize the Don Valley, and I invite you and all members to discover the Don. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to a dear friend and longtime community stalwart, Kellard Witt. Kellard Witt was born on August 26, 1926 on Twin Creek Farm near Pembroke, Ontario. He recently passed away at the age of 89. Kellard served his community in many ways, including as a municipal politician, serving 28 years on local council. He was forward-thinking, serving as the inaugural chair of the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Centre, establishing Renfrew County as an environmental leader with practices like waste diversion and recovery and green bin recycling occurring years before they were considered in more urban communities. In many ways, Kellard was my political mentor. He and his wife Shirley were always available to help any task that he was called upon to do. I first got to know Kellard as a man of deep and abiding faith. He was a pillar in the pro-life community, someone who was not afraid to walk the walk when it came time to talk the talk. I miss Kellard. To all his family, I share your grief. Thank you, Kellard, for making such a positive difference in the lives of so many.
The honourable member for La Salle et Mar Verdun.
Congratulate the Borough of Verdun, as well as Verdun Youth and the Montreal skateboarding community on the Verdun Skate Park that will see its official opening on May 27th.
This important sports infrastructure and training facilities will not only be a place for youth activities, where young people, particularly the most isolated and at risk, will be able to develop a passion for culture, exercise, and discover perseverance. This will also be a place where various communities and generations will be able to meet in the sharing of common experiences.
To visiting the park with my own children, and I wish skateboarders, BMXers, and others who will enjoy this park a happy International Go Skateboarding Day this June 21st.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Today, to congratulate the municipality of West Nipissing for their successful bid to host the International Plowing Match and Rural Expo. This is a community rich in resources where the agricultural sector is a very prominent and vital part of the region's economy. I'm very proud of the many farmers in Nipissing West for their hard work, their dedication to their craft is very impressive. Depuis ses débuts en 1930,
since it began in 1913, more than 100 years ago, it will be the second time that the International Plowing Match will take place in Northern Ontario. I am very proud of this unique occasion to share everything that the North has to offer. You're all invited to the beautiful municipality of West Nipissing.
Showcase the variety of unique local agricultural products enjoyed by residents and tourists alike. Congratulations, and I look forward to seeing you all at the beautiful municipality of West Nipissing.
The honourable member for Carleton.
This place is always changing. People come and go, dramas flare up and flame out, and stars are born and then fallen with the speed of light. Over 12 years, 5 elections, 7 offices, and 3 prime ministers. The one constant for me through it all has been my correspondence director of over a decade, Lucille McCallness. In that role, she's helped me respond to over 400,000 letters. It will shock the House to learn that not all of them have had nice things to say about me. Yet, despite the occasional tough customer, Lucille has literally never been in a bad mood. Forever the happy warrior, never an unkind word about a colleague, and always there for the team. Because of Lucille, when I knocked on thousands of doors in the last election, not a single person told me that we had not responded to their letter. As she moves to the next phase of her career and her life, I ask all members to join with me in thanking her for over a decade of service to Parliament and all Canadians.
Bravo. The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country. The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Madam Speaker, I would like to invite all of my honourable colleagues to support the All-Party Juvenile Diabetes Caucus. 300,000 Canadians live with type 1 diabetes. I will never forget the day my daughter was diagnosed with type 1. My husband was out of town, and as I drove her to the hospital in December, I had all the windows rolled down, and I had to shake her the whole way to keep her from going unconscious. That night at Children's Hospital in Vancouver, all she kept saying to me was, "I'm so sorry, Mum." Children who live with chronic conditions take on a lot of responsibility, as do their families and friends. The overall incidence of type 1 diabetes is increasing, particularly among children 1 to 14 years old. Little children are diagnosed every day. Canada has a rich legacy of innovation in type 1 diabetes research. From the world-changing discovery of insulin by Sir Frederick Banting and Dr. Charles Best, to the Edmonton Protocol, to new areas of research such as encapsulation and the Artificial Pancreas Project, Canadian researchers are leading. With gratitude for Canada's research scientists and their continued...
The honourable member for Montarville, l'honorable député de Montarville.
Madam Speaker, I rise to inform members that Rail Safety Week in Canada will be this year from April 25th to May 1st. This is an annual campaign organized under the auspices of Operation Lifesaver, targeting awareness of safety around trains.
Canada supports initiatives to maintain the safety of people and vehicles around rail facilities and safety involving the transportation of dangerous goods by rail.
With one of the largest rail networks in the world, we have strengthened rail safety for all people and communities in Canada, and we will continue to do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Albertans are an amazing group of hard-working, dedicated people. However, they are being attacked by both the federal Liberals and the Alberta provincial NDP. And these attacks are only making it harder for Albertans to get back up. Last week, the Alberta NDP announced their intention, in spite of the struggling economy, to continue moving forward on a provincial carbon tax. This tax is already on top of the Liberal pet project of a federal carbon tax. Alberta unemployment remains high, and families are finding it harder every day to make ends meet. These carbon taxes will increase food prices and increase the price of heating homes and make it more expensive to fill up at the gas pumps. This carbon tax will hit small businesses, the businesses and the very entrepreneurial spirit that Albertans are known for. These tax increases are unfair to the hardworking people across Canada, but particularly in Alberta, where families are struggling to get by, and quite simply, Madam Speaker, now is not the time to be taxing Albertans more.
Member for Brampton West.
Madam Speaker, I'm honored to speak in this House about Daffodil Month. April is a crucial month when Canadian Cancer Society volunteers work to raise awareness to support life-saving research for Canadians living with cancer. Madam Speaker, I've had the privilege to work as an oncology nurse and take care of many Canadians battling cancer, and for some, losing their lives to cancer, including my own aunt, Saji. I'm wearing my daffodil for their memory and to show support for all those fighting today. We have made great progress in cancer research in Canada, but there's still so much more to do. So I ask everyone to wear their daffodil for the rest of this month to show support for Canadians living with cancer and for the research that will one day mean that no Canadian has to fear cancer. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU.
Celebrate the Earth today. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and state my respect and solidarity with all Indigenous people around the globe who stand to defend their traditional territories. I would like to repeat the words of Solange Bordonez, who has successfully led her council pushing for collaboration with Barrick Gold over development in their territory in southern Chile. She said, and I quote, "We are not fighting for money because with money I cannot water my garden. We have a cosmovision, particular view of the world which very few people understand. We don't think of the water as separated from the earth, the air, or the sun. Love for Mother Earth is something that is sacred to us. We are not descendants of the original people. We are the people. Our ancestral power is rooted in our identity. That is, we identify ourselves by the land in our relationship with that land." End of quote. Madam Speaker, on Earth Day and every day, I stand by that philosophy.
The honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Madam Speaker, on the same day that this Liberal government introduced legislation to help Canadians die, they also refused to give more Canadians the chance to live. It is quite disappointing that the Liberal government will not support a national organ donor registry, and it is very sad that we will find this out on the eve of National Organ and Tissue Donation Awareness Week. So Canada will remain the most developed nation in the world without a national registry. Over 4,500 Canadians are waiting for an organ transplant. Every donor can save up to 8 lives. Next weekend at Calgary, Confederation Park, I will run in the 5th Annual Canadian Transplant Association's Transplant Trot. Transplants can have an amazing impact on so many lives, but we need more donors. Talk to your family and talk to your loved ones about your organ and tissue donation wishes. Thank you to the honourable member from Edmonton Manning for his hard work on his initiative, Bill C-223.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Madam Speaker, today, April 22nd, we're celebrating Earth Day around the world. This day is well established in North American minds for over 45 years, but it's only been celebrated since 95 in Quebec. Over 1 billion people across 192 countries will celebrate this day by participating in all kinds of awareness activities. Even though the day is symbolic, it reminds us of the importance of taking care of our planet. What must we do to contribute? Simply small gestures like planting trees or that of dealing with or reclaiming waste. We all clearly have an important role to play to maintain our beautiful planet, but we mustn't forget that our farmers are part of the solution to assure food security for future generations. Madam Speaker, I often tell my entourage that we must never forget that it's this beautiful earth that feeds us, and we risk ruining it if we don't do something today.
The honourable member for Calgary Mid-Depor.
Madam Speaker, on March 17th, United States Secretary of State John Kerry said that ISIS, quotes, is responsible for genocide, quotes. But 5 days later in this place, the Minister of Global Affairs denied Secretary Kerry's recognition, saying instead that the U.S. wanted to, quotes, do more research. Now, the British Parliament, the U.S. House of Representatives, have unanimously endorsed a recognition of the genocide as such. ISIS itself doesn't deny its effort to exterminate these historic communities, so why won't the government just recognize this genocide?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much. The horrors committed by the so-called Islamic State have the hallmark of genocide, but official recognition of genocide is to be done by a credible judicial process following a proper international investigation, and it's an investigation that we will do everything to support, as I have said to the UN Secretary General Special Advisor to the Prevention of Genocide, and the UK ally has said also that the government is not a prosecutor, a judge, or a jury. Canada continues to stand side to side.
The Honourable member for Calgary Mid-Depor.
Mr. Speaker, that is legal pettifogging. Those are word games. This is not about a judicial process. This House and the previous Conservative government recognized the historical reality of the Armenian genocide without an international judicial process. We did so with respect to other historic genocides. This is happening today. We don't have time to wait for lawyers, Mr. Speaker. We don't want to give ISIS the benefit of the doubt in a judicial process. We need to simply reflect the reality that they are seeking to exterminate the indigenous communities of Mesopotamia. Why won't this government follow the lead of Britain and the United States and Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and it's why we have improved the plan to fight ISIL and to be sure that this awful terrorist group will stop to kill people. Canada is more and more involved in a more effective way with our allies to be sure that we will win and that this terrorist group will stop its atrocities.
The Honourable member for Calgary Mid-Depor.
But, Madam Speaker, that's exactly why the government has refused to acknowledge or recognize it as a genocide as such, because that government decided, or put an end to the combat mission, to put an end to that mission against Daesh. And that government is the one that withdrew our fighter jets that struck these people responsible for genocide in the Middle East. So are they refusing to recognize genocide because Canada has put an end to its combat mission? The Honourable Minister. As my colleague knows full well, Canada tripled its effort to train combatants who will fight on the ground against this terrorist group. We have doubled our capability to obtain information with respect to where the group is located. We have strengthened and provided additional humanitarian assistance. We have helped Jordan and Lebanon, and we will continue to do so. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the aspects that characterizes this government is that it boasts about these great principles, but does exactly the opposite. So much for transparency. The government and ministers must account for their expenditures, but many ministers still haven't disclosed their expenditures. And, Madam Speaker, the example comes from the top down. The President of the Treasury Board himself, the one who has to scrutinize on a daily basis and look at those expenditures, put in his files late after we questioned it. So, Madam Speaker, why are these paragons of virtue doing one thing, saying one thing, and doing the opposite?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve openness and transparency, and the Liberal Party has been a leader on that. In fact, it was the Liberal Prime Minister, Paul Martin, who was the first to proactively disclose the expenses of ministers. And then it was a Liberal leader, our Prime Minister, who in opposition led the charge on being the first party in the House of Commons to have open and transparent disclosure of MPs, and the other parties, sometimes reluctantly, followed suit. So we will continue to disclose our expenses because it is the right thing to do.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, Madam Speaker, it's always interesting to hear someone in that government talking about Paul Martin, who had a very different approach to the current one, but on a different topic. And now, with respect to C10, Madam Speaker, what we can say is that the Minister of Transport is good at improvising. Yesterday in the afternoon, he said that the Quebec Minister hadn't understood something. Well, Madam Speaker, does the Minister, or can the Minister today give us a clear and concrete explanation as to why they've shut down debate on C10? Or is he going to keep making up or improvising another answer today? We clearly explained over the course of the day the situation, and the Quebec government and the government of Manitoba do intend to drop their cases with Air Canada, and that enables us to clarify the legislation with respect to the Air Canada Public Participation Act. That's what we're doing, and I hope that my colleagues in this House will work with us as we move through the stages of this bill.
For New Westminster Burnaby.
Today, the Prime Minister will be signing the Paris Climate Change Agreement, but unfortunately, the Prime Minister seems to be continuing along with the same targets that they had under the previous Conservative government. And they seem to be satisfied with that. So apart from all this rhetoric and nice images, nothing's really changed with this new Prime Minister. The same plan, same lack of ambition, and the same timeline and targets as the Conservatives. They seem to be very happy with that. So how will the Prime Minister respect his signature when there's no plan to achieve the Paris objectives?
The Honourable...
To power after 10 years of inaction on the part of the previous government with respect to climate change. In the short 6 months that we've been in power, we've launched a pan-Canadian process to address this on a critical basis. We've actually been constructive part of actually achieving the Paris Agreement. And today, on Earth Day, I think Canadians are extremely proud that our Prime Minister is in New York to be one of the first signatories to the historic Paris Agreement.
The Honourable Member for Westminster Burnaby.
Talk is certainly cheap, and Liberal talking points are even cheaper. But when it comes to Liberals talking about climate change without actually doing anything, the results are actually very expensive. Liberals signed the Kyoto Accord with a promise to reduce emissions. By the time they left office, emissions had soared. And Environment Canada just reported that they continue to rise under the new Liberal government. What a failure. So they claim to have a plan. So here's a very simple question. How many tons of greenhouse gas emissions are Liberals projecting to reduce in each of the next 3 years? No more talking points, just give some answers.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, unlike my colleague on the other side of the House, this government actually recognizes that Canada is a federation and it actually involves the provinces. And so we are working actively with our provincial and territorial colleagues to develop a pan-Canadian approach to reducing carbon emissions and to actually developing a robust, clean growth economy. We're proud of the work that we've done. We're proud of the work that our Prime Minister has done. We're proud of the fact that he is one of the first signatories on this agreement in New York today.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé.
Sadly, no answers and just more hot air from the Liberals on climate change. While the NDP government in Alberta is making strides, the lack of federal action leaves us failing to live up to our international commitments. A new report from the Conference Board gives Canada a D when it comes to protecting the environment, trailing far, far behind other countries. Canadians cherish our environment, and it is part of our identity. When will the Liberals make actual progress on our commitment to review the process?
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
We agree with the results of the Conference Board of Canada. 10 years of inaction on the part of the previous government with respect to environmental matters relating to climate change, environmental assessments and other things have left Canada in a very poor situation in the world in terms of our environmental record. This government is taking firm steps on the climate agenda, which I've already referred to. We've committed to launching a review of our environmental assessment processes. This is a government that understands that the economy and the environment must go hand in hand in the modern age, and that is exactly what we are going to do.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Madam Speaker, fighting climate change is the greatest challenge of the century. It's our moral duty to deal with it and to devote all the necessary means to it. Rhetoric, images, inaction are no longer acceptable. Future generations are counting on us to take action. Can the Prime Minister explain young people and to our children how he will meet the Paris objectives when there's no plan in place to do so? Is he going to continue repeating the same fiasco as they did with Kyoto?
Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I would highlight some of the significant investments that this government actually made in the budget, where we actually made significant investments in public transit, $1 billion in clean tech, and a range of investments to address climate change. We've embarked on a pan-Canadian discussion that will allow us to work with the provinces proactively to address climate emissions. This is the most that any Canadian government has done in the last 30 years, and we intend to achieve our targets. We intend to be part of a productive international conversation, and that is exactly what we're going to do.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals are very good at self-promoting the refugee initiative, but private sponsorship groups from Newfoundland have had to turn to a letter-writing campaign to demand action on their stalled applications. There are countless groups across the country in this position, and private sponsorship groups provide refugees with an instant support network and immediately help families transition to their new life in Canada. So, Madam Speaker, if the refugee initiative is as successful as they claim, why are these private groups being ignored while at the same time government-sponsored refugees are having to rely on food banks?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Madam Speaker, the outpouring of support for the national effort to settle refugees in this country has been overwhelming. As the Minister stated repeatedly in this House, a grand national project of this size and scope is not without its challenges. We have met targets to bring in 25,000 individuals by the end of February. We're working to bring in 44,800 humanitarian people under the refugee category alone in 2016. That includes government-sponsored individuals and privately sponsored individuals. We're thankful for the incredible support in Newfoundland and other provinces, and we're working to address those needs as quickly as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Well, Madam Speaker, these targets should include quality of life for these refugees. More than a dozen Ottawa food banks have reported an increase in demand coming from government-sponsored Syrian refugees. Most of these families have turned to the Gloucester Emergency Food Cupboard, where 75 Syrian families, for a total of over 400 people, have registered at the food cupboard. Will the Minister tell the House what his plan is to address the needs of these families, or is he simply going to try and set up yet another photo op?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I welcome the question from the opposition critic and her concern for the welfare of refugees in this country. We obviously share that concern. Our government shares it. I share it as a refugee myself. But I find it highly implausible and a bit, let's say, inconsistent to talk about the quality of life for our refugees coming from a party that eliminated health care for refugee applicants when they were in office in violation of the Charter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Madam Speaker, sports groups from across the country are struggling to meet the needs of refugees brought to Canada. Government-sponsored refugees are using food banks to meet the day-to-day needs. They are not gaining language training services, and they are not being empowered to successful transition to life in Canada. Why did the Liberals focus on bringing in government-sponsored refugees if they had no plan to support these refugees?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So the answer to that is simple, Madam Speaker. We concentrate on government-assisted refugees because we take seriously the duty of care that Canada has on the international stage to respond to a national and international humanitarian crisis. To purport that these individuals are being left unattended to or unsupported by the government is simply incorrect, Madam Speaker. The statistics speak to $600 million of settlement funding directed at the refugees themselves. Are there barriers along the way? Of course. Are there challenges we're trying to address? Of course. We're doing that in solidarity with Canadians who believe in this effort and believe in this government's response. Thank you.
Honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Madam Speaker, the Edmonton-based Islamic Family Social Services Association has said the government needs to step up. They need to boost support for Syrian refugees who are increasingly turning to the food bank to eat. One representative said it is a huge problem. The Liberals are not great with helping them resettle. Did the Liberals just pick an arbitrary number and date and think they could wash their hands clean of the rest?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the answer to that is no. And again, I'm refreshed by the fact that a member of the Conservative opposition is actually citing an Islamic-based organization in Edmonton to support his proposition. If we recollect, Madam Speaker, our position is not only to accept 25,000 refugees into this country by February 29th, but it's also to accept them no matter what race, religion, or perhaps persuasion they come from. A distinct contrast to the policy of the government, of the precedent government, which actually cherry-picked religious minorities to the detriment of Sunni Muslims. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Madam Speaker, I wish my arms were long enough so I could pat the honourable member on his back. Madam Speaker, on Tuesday, I asked the Minister of Immigration about the Liberals wasting $6.4 million to renovate Canadian Forces bases for refugees that never came. The Minister's response was, my colleague beside me, and I quote, the colleague beside me, the Minister of National Defence, confirms there is nothing truthful in his comments about defence. The Defence Minister knew that money was spent. And Madam Speaker, why did the Defence Minister give the Minister of Immigration false information, and why did they both mislead Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence, Parliamentary Secretary.
CAF has been engaged along with other elements in the government in this massive repatriating of these refugees. They've contributed to the medical screenings, they've contributed to the airlift, and of course they contributed to the potential housing. But because Canadians have stepped up, the housing that was renovated at the time in anticipation of the refugees coming to this country was not used. The happy consequence, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, is that these refugees are housed.
Honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
I did answer the question, Madam Speaker, and maybe I'll try one more time. One would think, Madam Speaker, that these two ministers would have a handle on what's going on, considering how closely they supposedly worked on this file. Our order paper question, signed off by the Minister of Defence, confirmed that this money was in fact spent on barracks which were never used. Madam Speaker, did the Minister of Defence not know what he signed on, or is he deliberately trying to mislead Canadians?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Madam Speaker, it's only the Conservative opposition that can turn happy news into bad news. Surely to goodness it's good news that the barracks will not have to be used. Surely to goodness it's good news that the ultimate deployment of $6 million to upgrade the facilities is good news. The good news, Madam Speaker, is that all of these refugees are now located where they should be, in the towns and cities across this country.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik. Thank you, Madam Speaker. 6 years ago, Canada endorsed the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, but since then, little has been done to implement it. The bill that I tabled yesterday for the second time will make it possible to ensure that Canadian legislation is consistent with the Declaration. The Prime Minister mandated his ministers to make implementing the Declaration the main priority on the road to a new nation-to-nation relationship. My question is very simple, Madam Speaker. Will the Liberals support my bill as they did when they were in opposition? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the member opposite for his long-term commitment and engagement with respect to reconciliation. The government is determined to implement the UN Declaration. We need to work closely with the First Nations, Inuit, and the Métis Nation to consider all mechanisms available for achieving this, including legislation. The bill has just been tabled, and we are currently considering it.
Churchill, Kiwanis, Askey.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister yesterday in New York told a group of American students that Canada doesn't have the baggage of colonialism. I repeat, he said that Canada doesn't have the baggage of colonialism. So maybe that explains why 6 days after taking office, this government signed a deal to let the Catholic Church off the hook in terms of their financial obligations to residential school survivors. How can this government talk about reconciliation when they're signing secret deals that undermine restitution?
The Honourable Member for Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Let me be clear, Madam Speaker, that this government did not sign an agreement. The agreement was signed on October 30th, 5 days before the new government took office. We believe that the Catholic Church, and only the Catholic Church, can achieve reconciliation with Indigenous people in this country, and we are urging them to do the right thing, pay the money that they promised to pay. They have a moral obligation to do this for the healing of Indigenous people. And in clarification of the Prime Minister,
the Honourable Member for Carleton.
Clause 34 of this week's budget bill raises the tax rate on small businesses by a point, and 1.5 points over the next 3 respective years. This contradicts the Liberal platform and the Prime Minister's mandate letter to his minister to commit to maintain the low 9% rate that the previous Conservative government had enacted. Would the Liberals entertain a friendly amendment which would use wording right out of their election platform to keep the rate low at 9% so our job creators can flourish and hire more Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Madam Speaker, let's be clear once for all on this issue. The tax rate for small businesses went from 11% to 10.5% as of January 1st, 2016. Madam Speaker, those are facts. What Canadian business needs is a strong economy, Madam Speaker, and it's exactly what Budget 2016 is doing. We're investing in infrastructure, we're investing in innovation, we're investing in clean tech. Canadian business are going to benefit from this budget, and Canadian families as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Madam Speaker, the reduction in taxes for small businesses was already put in place by the previous Conservative government, and the Liberals didn't do anything to maintain it. On the contrary, this week they introduced legislation designed to increase it by 1.5% for small and medium-sized businesses over the next 3 years. And that runs counter to the very election platform. Would they accept an amendment to put in place or implement their own policy put forth in their platform and to enable our small businesses to keep money in their pockets? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. Madam Speaker, allow me to re-establish the facts. The tax rate for SMEs in Canada went from 11 to 10.5% as of January 1st, 2016. Madam Speaker, the commitment that we made during the campaign was to invest in the Canadian economy to help SMEs and Canadian families and people in the middle class. That's exactly what we did with Budget 2016. That's exactly what we'll continue to do.
For Edmonton Riverbend.
Madam Speaker, let me reestablish the facts. Every time we turn around, the Liberals are destroying opportunities for job creators. Liberals are kneecapping the clean technology sector by eliminating the hiring credit for small businesses. This tax credit helps small companies hire the people they need to develop clean technologies and bring those clean technologies to market. Under Conservatives, this sector saw consistent growth. Why do Liberals believe this tax is a great idea, even though it's killing this sector they so eagerly pretend to support?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Madam Speaker, I would just invite him to read the entire budget. Because actually, Madam Speaker, what we've done is historic. We're investing $1 billion in clean tech across this country to make sure that we can invest in innovation and new technology. That's what Canadians wanted. That's what we're delivering, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Business professionals are worried about the Liberal tax hikes on small professional corporations. Dr. Melanie, a physician in my riding, has said these tax changes would mean less clinical hours in the community. That means less frontline health services.
Shame.
The Prime Minister thinks small business are just ways for wealthier Canadians to avoid taxes. Dr. Melanie is a hard-working GP serving her community, not a wealthy tax dodger. When are the Liberals going to shelve these tax hikes and stop punishing hard-working doctors like Dr. Melanie?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to... The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary?
No.
Oh, sorry, the Honourable Minister of Small Business and Tourism. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member opposite to remind Canadians and all members in this House that this budget is squarely focused on revitalizing the Canadian economy. And that's what small businesses need most. We are engaging with small businesses. We are engaging with Canadians. Our investments in Budget 2016 will grow the economy. They will grow. Increased economic growth is actually good. It's better for business, more orders, more sales, which means better business. Our small business owners will be more.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Yesterday, a new report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer highlighted the lack of a national strategy for dealing with greenhouse gas emissions and how our current approach is going to cost us all dearly. Liberals continue to operate under the old Conservative plans and targets. They're great at environmental rhetoric, Madam Speaker, but time and again they fall down on getting anything done. The Parliamentary Secretary just refused to answer this question, so let's try again. Exactly how much will greenhouse gas emissions be reduced in each of the next 3 years?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and
Madam
Climate
Speaker, I'm not sure if the honourable member was listening, but Canada is a federation. That involves provinces and territories. The Canadian government is working with the provinces and territories to develop a pan-Canadian framework that's focused on reducing emissions and on investing in the clean growth economy. We will be working over the next several months with our provincial counterparts to develop that, and we are also working in conjunction with our American partners and have already announced a number of measures in that regard. This is the responsible and the Canadian way to approach things, and this is exactly what we're going to do.
Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Madam Speaker, for the Conservatives, protecting species at risk was not at all a priority. 82 species were recommended for the Species at Risk Registry, but the Conservatives did nothing. We're still waiting. In his first 6 months, the Liberal minister didn't do anything, but it isn't very complicated. They are already recommended. So when will the minister take action? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you,
The honourable member for Fisheries, Oceans and Coast Guard. Minister, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and happy Friday, everybody. I'd like to thank the member for her question, and I couldn't agree with her more that that was an issue that was totally ignored by the previous government, and I'd like to inform the member and this House that actually yesterday I signed off on a whole bunch of those things, and we are addressing the backlog this year. Thank you.
The honourable member for Knox-Addington.
Madam Speaker, last fall we campaigned on a promise to finally take action on climate change. Canadians understand that the economy and environment are not two separate issues, they go hand in hand. To that end, I understand that the Prime Minister is in New York today to formally sign the Paris Agreement on climate change. Could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change please inform this House about the important step that the Prime Minister is taking today? Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This government came into office after 10 years of complete and utter inaction on climate change on the part of the previous government. Exactly. Since elected, this government has played a very significant role in the achievement of the historic Paris Agreement. It has launched a pan-Canadian federal, provincial, territorial process to develop a pan-Canadian plan to reduce emissions and to invest in the clean growth economy. And we've concluded significant measures with our American friends relating to methane emissions and a number of other measures. Mr. Speaker, we have done an enormous amount in 6 months, and on Earth Day, I'm extremely proud that the Prime Minister is signing a historic agreement in New York today.
The
Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Madam Speaker, recently the Liberal government announced the creation of 6 ministerial advisor groups within Veterans Canada. This is something I'm hearing about from the veterans themselves. Can the minister explain what exactly is the mandate of these groups? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable member for the question. It's an excellent question because this is something I really want to share with the rest of the House. The Minister of Veterans Affairs wants to find out really what the issues are for veterans. And he wants to give veterans the opportunity to come to Ottawa, to sit down with the people and share that information. In the past, that information had been controlled. Now, I'm going to sit down with all of these 6 groups, and we're going to find out, and we're going to...
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Madam Speaker, that's a very good thing, but beyond the actual mandate, people want to know certain things. What qualifications are required? How are the members chosen? And have these members signed non-disclosure agreements? So if the government wants to be transparent, why have the members and mandates not been made public?
Veterans Affairs Associate Minister.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question because it is about making sure that this government consults and gets out there and gets the right information and gets the advice it needs in order to make the right decisions. Right now, because of the inaction of the previous government, the list of work that needs to be done in Veterans Affairs is huge. So we need to talk to all these different groups of people and find out how to prioritize all this work that needs to be done.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals are cancelling funding for the Integrated Soldier System project. This is a uniform that protects the individual soldier from chemical and radiological weaponry and enemy fire. Who can forget when the Liberals sent our soldiers into the desert of Afghanistan in forest green combat fatigues, making them targets? Why do the lives of the women and men who serve in the Canadian Armed Forces mean so little to the Liberals?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary
Madam
to the Minister of
Speaker,
National
you'll be
Defence.
interested to know that in the last 4 years, while that member's government was the majority government, they cut back the funding for the forces by $3.3 billion.
Shame.
They took lapsing to an art form to the point of they have lost a lot of money that was available for the men and women in uniform that she professes to be concerned about. Had her government done the proper procurement cycles, we would not have the problems that she's...
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals' first budget goes out of the way to discriminate against the province of Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan receives less than 1% of federal funding for transportation infrastructure in this budget, even though we represent 3% of the population of Canada. Under the Conservative government, transportation funding was allocated on a per capita basis. Why is this government shortchanging the people of Saskatchewan?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This question gives me an opportunity to say how much we invested in the last budget for infrastructure. $60 billion. It's a record amount. $20 billion for various types of infrastructure that he will be interested in. So the minister should be happy as well about this. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet and Mesquite Basque. Madam Speaker, for the second year in a row, the Université du Québec à Rimouski's research vessel will have no home port because the federal government has condemned the Rimouski port after it neglected it for a number of years. So this is very important research being done by this vessel. For 6 months, the government has done nothing despite representations. So it seems that the minister's office isn't interested at all. So will the Minister of Transport take his responsibilities and find a solution? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for that question. My colleague has talked to me about this situation. We are looking into it, and we are looking at other ports that the federal government is responsible for. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madam Speaker, Avis de Recherche is a public interest television network. Child protection, missing persons, violence against women, crime prevention. No other network is interested in these issues. If nothing is done, though, the network will have to close next week because of a CRTC decision. Now, under the Act, the Minister of Heritage can step in. Why isn't she doing so? Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you. I want to thank my colleague for her question. I'm very aware of the request. Avis de Recherche certainly does good work. We want to make sure that it takes full advantage of its license, and clearly there are decisions that the CRTC makes with respect to broadcasting, and the CRTC has this jurisdiction.
Simcoe.
Next year, Canada observes the 150th anniversary of Confederation. But a funny thing happened on the way to the celebrations. The new government left out Confederation. That's right. When the minister introduced the themes for the 150th anniversary of Confederation, Confederation wasn't there. Not even the subject of Canadian history is a theme. Why the Liberal war on history?
The honourable member for Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to stress to my honourable colleague that we have many programs within Canadian Heritage which are in line with celebrating the important landmarks of Canadian history. That being said, Madam Speaker, I would also like to stress that I won't take any lessons coming from a past government that forgot to include Indigenous people as part of their way to commemorate our history, and that's why the reconciliation with Indigenous people will be part of the 150th anniversary.
Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
At committee, the minister justified excluding Confederation from the 150th anniversary themes by saying we shouldn't play politics with it. Admittedly, Conservatives John A. Macdonald and Georgette Chan Cartier drove the project, but Macdonald's arch rivals, George Brown and Oliver Mowat, were partners and full founding fathers. In fact, Confederation is the ultimate bipartisan example of Canadian nation building. Why won't the Liberal government make Confederation a theme of the 150th anniversary of Confederation?
Minister of Canadian Heritage.
As my colleague well knows, and as because he's been involved in the past government, there are programs within Canadian Heritage to support the history of Confederation. As for an example, last year there was an entire play that was supported 100% by Canadian Heritage on Sir John A. Macdonald. And in that context, we'll continue to support historical landmarks, but I must stress again, we will make sure to put emphasis on
the Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro, Medante.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Liberals have proven they simply can't be trusted to spend taxpayers' money responsibly. With their vanity trips to Hollywood and now to a gym in New York, the Liberal government is all about photo ops and self-promotion. Madam Speaker, we are worried about where the Liberals will spend this $50 million dedicated to Destination Canada. Can the Minister stand in the House today and tell us how the money will be spent and how much of it will be spent on advertising?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What an excellent question. The tourism industry is an industry that is an economic driver. It is a job creator, and that is great that we recognize that $50 million has been committed to Destination Canada. We know the previous government had no problem cutting tourism because they did not see the value of it. So we will be working closely with Destination Canada. We will ensure that we have a presence on the international stage. Canada is a country that everyone should visit. We know that we offer the best and brightest, and we look forward to ensuring that the dollars are spent very well. Destination Canada is excited, and Canadians are.
The Honourable Member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
Madame la Présidente, dans un souci de...
Madam Speaker, in looking for more transparency, which is the approach of this government, the Minister of Canadian Heritage recently delegated a major amount of authority for funding to various organizations. Can the government tell us the objectives of this delegation and the results to date? The Minister of Canadian Heritage. I want to thank my colleague for this important question. This week, again, I received very positive comments from a number of organizations because through this delegation of authority, the requests for funding are dealt with much more quickly. 2 to 4 months earlier than before. So these organizations are pleasantly surprised by this change in approach. This helps them plan their activities. So this issue has been resolved.
Madam Speaker, on March 11th, I asked the Liberals if they could tell us the status of Canadians John Ridzel, Robert Hall, and 2 others held captive in the Philippines. The Parliamentary Secretary assured us that he was on top of the file. We would like to see our fellow Canadians return home alive, so can the Liberals update us today on the situation?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I want to thank my colleague for the question, and I know that she cares a lot, the whole House cares a lot, and she will understand that under the circumstances, it's preferable that I don't comment more.
Member for Central Nova.
Madam Speaker, we all know the importance of Canadian research to the national economy. Science and innovation help create economic growth, foster a positive environment for entrepreneurs, and find new solutions for sustainable economic development. For these advancements to take place, we must ensure that researchers have the tools and resources that they need. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Science tell this House what our government is doing to ensure research infrastructure is properly funded?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Science.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question, and I'm proud to say that we are delivering on our promise to restore science to Canada. Budget 2016 announced $2 billion to promote economic growth by improving research and innovation infrastructure at Canada's post-secondary institutions. These investments provide our research community with access to state-of-the-art facilities and equipment. These important tools will be used to make new discoveries that will better the lives of Canadians and grow our economy. This is a great investment in science, Madam Speaker, and it's a great investment in Canada.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, people choose a medical career because they want to care for the sick. But without conscience protection, doctors in Ontario will now be forced to facilitate killing. Dr. Nancy Naylor of Strathroy, Ontario will not be renewing her license. Dr. Naylor has practiced family and palliative medicine for 40 years. She writes, "I have no wish to stop, but I will not be told that I must go against my moral conscience." So will the government implement conscience protection and euthanasia legislation and let Dr. Naylor continue her vital work?
Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, I'm aware of the excellent work of Dr. Naylor, and I'm pleased that she has had such an illustrious career in palliative care. One of the reasons that we introduced Bill C-14 was because of the fact that Canadians need access to all options for care at the end of life. We are committed in this government to make sure, as the Supreme Court has indicated, that people have access to assistance in dying, and I'm pleased that people like Dr. Naylor are also providing assistance for people to live well to the end of their lives.
The Honourable Member for Pointe-de-l'Île. Mr. Speaker, the British monarchy has caused irreparable harm to the Quebec people. Another poll this week shows that 80% of Quebecers do not support the monarchy. In response, the Minister of Heritage has shown arrogance, or perhaps ignorance, to the point of saying that constitutional monarchy was our choice. Can the Minister of Heritage tell us when Quebecers made that decision? Was it in 1840 with the Union Act, the 1870 Confederation? Honourable Minister, thank you. Well, as my colleague knows, yesterday was the Queen's birthday, her 90th, and I want once again to wish her a very happy birthday. And I want to remind everyone of her importance as head of state. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Madam Speaker, on April 22nd, the Prime Minister is in New York signing the Paris Agreement on climate change. The Parliamentary Budget Officer yesterday said that without major changes, the government's greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets are unattainable. Worse, even the old inadequate targets that the Conservatives brought in won't be met. The government is giving his word to the world, but does he realize that he can only keep it by rejecting Energy East, the pipeline project? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Proud I personally am that the Canadian Prime Minister is in New York today to sign the historic Paris Agreement. I think our government is also incredibly proud, and Canadians are proud of the work that Canada has done with respect to climate change since coming into office. The Parliamentary Budget Officer's report discussed a pathway on climate change. It is one pathway. What we are focused on is developing a pan-Canadian pathway that is inclusive, that brings in provinces, territories, and Aboriginal and Indigenous peoples to create a strategy that is a Canadian strategy that will allow us to manage our emissions down while concurrently creating a clean growth economy.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, Quebec's entrepreneurial history is at risk because under federal legislation, it is better and more profitable to sell your business abroad than to pass it on to a member of the family. It can cost you as much as a luxury house, which is unacceptable. The government of Quebec has called for change, and last week I sent a letter to the minister. This morning, the president of CGI Group has asked for changes. So when will the minister stop ignoring business needs in Quebec? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Our government is committed, Madam Speaker, to creating a climate that will help businesses succeed across the country. We will continue to support innovative Canadian businesses so that they can be prosperous internationally as well. We will continue to offer programs.
Routine proceedings.
Routine proceedings. Ça, c'est tabling of documents? J'ai l'honneur de déposer sur le bureau.
I have the honor of tabling the Strategic Plan 2016 to 19 for the House Administration.
OK. Je vais tout ça dessus.
Order. I'd like to remind the honourable members that the House continues and proceedings continue. If you have a conversation, I'm sure you all have some very important things to say to each other. If you could just take it into the lobby, that would be very much appreciated. Now, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
In tabling Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 3 petitions.
Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Do you? I'll get a camera shot of it, you.
And pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the great honour to enthusiastically table in both official languages the treaty entitled Protocol to the 2007 World Wine Trade Group Agreement on Requirements for Wine Labeling concerning alcohol tolerance, vintage, variety, and wine regions, done at Brussels on March 22, 2013, and entered into force on November 1, 2013. An explanatory memorandum is included with this treaty. Monsieur le Président, au nom des...
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Global Affairs and Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the treaty entitled Protocol relative to the 2007 rules on requirements for labeling of wine trade concerning the alcohol tolerance levels. This was done in Brussels in 2013 and comes into effect November 2011. There's an explanatory memo that accompanies the treaty.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce and Development and Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to the Employment Insurance Act
Section 3, I'm pleased to submit to this House in both official languages copies of the 2014-2015 Employment Insurance Monitoring and Assessment Report. I request that the report be referred to the Standing Committee of Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and Status of Persons with Disabilities. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
An introduction of government bills, statement by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committee, the honourable member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on the Environment and Sustainable Development entitled Main Estimates 2016-17, Vote 1 under Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency, Vote 1, 5 and 10 under Environment, and Vote 1 and 5 under Parks Canada Agency. Thank you.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of presenting in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security concerning Bill C-7.
Service Labour Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations and Employment Board Act, and other acts, and to provide for certain other measures. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments.
Introduction, first reading of private member's bill. Mr. Julian, seconded by Mr. Saganash, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Hearing Impairment. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU for the work that he does in the House and also for his deep understanding of the problems that disabled people have in Canada. So I thank him very much for having seconded this bill. Mr. Speaker, there are more than 3 million Canadians who have hearing difficulties, and unfortunately with the tax credit as it exists at the moment, the regulation means that almost all of those people have no access to the credit. That must change, and it's for that reason that today I am tabling this private member's bill.
Because, quite frankly, when you see the millions of Canadians who are deaf, deafened, or hard of hearing, who are simply not able to access the disability tax credit because of regulations that are simply far too severe, there has to be change. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, that this bill is supported by the Canadian Hard of Hearing Association and the Canadian Audiologists Association. All of the Canadians who are deaf, deafened, or hard of hearing believe that they too should have access to the disability tax credit. I hope that all members of Parliament will support this important legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur Julian, appuyé par Monsieur
Mr. Julian, seconded by Mr. Saganash, moves that this bill be now read first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When will the bill be read a second time?
Okay, à la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Where are we up to now? First reading of Senate public bills. Okay. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. Questions? Sorry. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Sherbrooke.
Hundreds of Canadians requesting this Parliament and the Government of Canada to publicly call for an end to the persecution of Falun Gong in China. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Boil water advisories in First Nation communities have existed for a long time. In fact, well over 80 boil water advisories exist in First Nations communities today. Accordingly, I present this petition on behalf of concerned Canadians, asking that the Minister develop a plan and implement that plan to end the boil water advisories in First Nation communities no later than by the end of calendar 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure I table today a petition that advocates for an independent office of the Federal Advocate for Children and Young Persons. Coming out of Manitoba, where we do have a child advocate, Mr. Speaker, these are individuals that truly believe that our children need to have a strong advocate, and it's a petition that I think is well worth supporting or at least considering. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a petition from the people of Victoria calling on the government to allocate 0.7% of Canada's GDP to official development assistance by the year 2020. I was pleased to meet last week with my friends at Results Canada, who are powerful advocates for this initiative. It was Prime Minister Pearson who set that target way back in 1970, and we've yet to meet it. Indeed, we're falling far short of it today. Mr. Speaker, we can and must do more to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and these petitioners ask us to begin that work today.
Presenting petitions. Seeing that there are none. Questions on the order of the day. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Okay, very good. Agreed? Okay. Orders of the day.
Where are we? Questions on the order?
Okay. Alors, une question de privilège.
We have a question of privilege from the honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, I'm raising a question of privilege in the House of Commons concerning misleading information that the Minister of Transport and the Parliamentary Secretary have provided to the House as concerns particularly a dispute between Quebec and Air Canada arising out of the Air Canada Act. These are the facts. On Wednesday, the House made two decisions on an argument coming from the Liberal government justifying the premature vote at second reading of Bill C-10 on Air Canada. The same argument that the government is putting forward and has been for several months. In fact, the facts are not correct, and they were refuted yesterday morning by the Quebec government. During yesterday's question period, the Minister of Transport continued to transmit the same series of false information that the government of Quebec had denied that very morning. Wednesday, the House took two major decisions. Two decisions that risk causing the permanent losses of 2,600 jobs in aeronautics, including 1,800 in the Montreal region, essentially in the riding of the member for Saint-Laurent. First, there was a vote on time allocation to put an end to debate on Bill C-10. In doing so, the voices of Quebecers represented by the Bloc Québécois members could not be heard during the second reading debate in the House. And this has caused me to feel called upon to speak. Following this, the House proceeded with adoption at second reading of the bill. Mr. Speaker, the government claims that it is essential to hasten the vote because the NDP had tabled an amendment moving withdrawal of the bill. Now, we understand that the NDP had tabled an amendment to demonstrate its opposition to Bill C-10. Government bills rarely receive unanimous votes in the House of Commons. Is the fact that one opposes a bill something that justifies time allocation? I believe that answering yes to that question would be a denial of parliamentary democracy. We understand very well that spurious arguments are part of debate and disagreements that arise out of discussions between members, and they're normal and a matter of debate. The House took these two decisions in good faith. I'm convinced of that. Which brings me to the vote on Bill C-10 at second reading. The House voted on the basis of two pieces of information that the Minister of Transport presented to it. Here's what he said at 4:25 on Wednesday, and I quote, Air Canada and the governments of Quebec and Manitoba have stopped their litigation. At 4:30, he added, the province of Quebec has decided, after discussions with Air Canada, to drop the lawsuit. And again, at 4:35, the governments of Quebec and Manitoba decided they will not pursue Air Canada. And at 4:42, during his last comments, The minister wrapped up the debate in these terms. The reason why we have proceeded with the bill is very simple. It is because the governments of Quebec and Manitoba have come to an agreement with Air Canada and are dropping their litigation. And I emphasize the reason. Mr. Speaker, this is false information that the minister presented to the House. Quebec did not stop the litigation. Quebec did not drop the litigation. Quebec did not decide to not pursue. The dispute remains between the government of Quebec and Air Canada. This is essentially what the Minister of Economic Affairs for Quebec said when he made a clarification on the issue, and this contradicts what the Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary said. Following our question yesterday, the Minister of Transport decided to say the same thing and to keep the contradictory information provided by the government of Quebec. And I quote, "We decided to table an amendment on the Air Canada Public Participation Act, specifically because the governments of Quebec and Manitoba decided to abandon their litigation with Air Canada." This is clearly a repetition of false statements that has continued over several weeks. In doing so, it's clear that the government has misled and continues to mislead the House by issuing this false information. The request of the application by the government of Quebec, which it tabled before the clerk of the Supreme Court on February 23rd, is further proof. An agreement was reached between the two parties to postpone the decision on the notice of application for leave until July 15, 2016. I'm almost finished, Mr. Speaker. I was told that I should provide some facts, and this is what I'm doing. I imagine that your decision will be more enlightened if I continue or wrap up my argument, even if they were not necessarily the best. Therefore, the notice of application for leave until 2016. So litigation remains. The government of Quebec simply asked the court to not deal with the matter before mid-July, and for good reason. They want to keep their negotiating powers in order to negotiate the purchase by Air Canada of Bombardier jets and to establish potential maintenance centers at home, which brings me to the second false information. When debate began at second reading on Bill C-10, the government, through the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport, said the following in the House on April 15th at 10:10. She was explaining that the appropriate context to the adoption of C-10 was coming, and I quote her, following investments made by Air Canada in the aerospace sector, particularly in aircraft maintenance. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned in the morning that there has still been no decision taken by Air Canada in terms of investments in the aerospace sector and aircraft maintenance. For this reason, the government of Quebec has not put a stop to its litigation. It is still before the Supreme Court. The government has misled the House by providing it with false information. This being the case, it's possible that in good faith the House was led to make an mistake when it voted on the time allocation motion and when it adopted the substance of Bill C-10. This is why I ask you to find that the government has violated the standing orders of the House, that this infringement casts doubt on the legitimacy of the votes that were taken on Wednesday. And finally, if you find that my question of privilege is a prima facie case, I intend to move the following motion. That the House find that the government deliberately misled the House and would like you to reconsider the vote on the NDP amendment as well as the second reading vote on Bill C-10 on an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act and certain other measures. And that this situation requires correction, and I count on your sound judgment to propose the best way to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo.
I thank the honourable member for his remarks. I believe the Minister of Transport has some comments to add. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Simply a few words, as I've said on several occasions, here inside the House and outside the House, Quebec and Air Canada have announced that they will be putting an end to the litigation and consequently Air Canada with respect to the creation of a centre in Quebec. The leader in Quebec stated on February 17th, the Premier, in fact, that Quebec would be dropping the litigation with Air Canada.
Permettez-moi de clarifier.
Allow me to clarify. The Government of Canada is not a part of those discussions. I don't believe that the comments made by my colleague opposite constitute a question of privilege. It's simply a point of debate, in my view.
Okay, Mr. Reid. Lanark. The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just with regard to the same matter of privilege, I just wanted to advise you that we'll be getting back to the House with further comments at a later point in time.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the honourable member for Montcalm, the honourable Minister of Transport, and the honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston. La question sera donnée au président pour.
The matter will be turned over to the Speaker for deliberation and will now return to orders of the day.
The honourable Minister for Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All that being said, Mr. Speaker, I would like to reserve the right to return to the House to make a further intervention on this matter.
Okay. Thank you. Now we'll move on to orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bill. Commons, resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C-14, an act to amend the criminal code and to make related amendments to other acts, medical assistance in dying.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honoured today to speak following on the comments made by my colleague, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, when she introduced Bill C-14, an act to amend the criminal code for medical assistance in dying. This is an historic debate on a matter of tremendous significance for Canada and for all Canadians. Advancing this issue and getting a legislative framework in place to allow medical assistance in dying is a solemn responsibility. This is a deeply personal issue for every Canadian. L'approche de la fin de
End of life has repercussions on many other people. On the family, the community, the employer, people who work in our social and health networks, people who support us at difficult times. For many people, death is a difficult subject to address. Conversations around death are difficult to have, be it a member of the family, someone with a healthcare provider, and these difficulties exist on both sides of the conversation.
Over the past 30 years, I have experienced the reality of talking frankly and openly with perhaps hundreds of patients as they were facing death. Through every stage of the process, my patients have taught me valuable lessons about caring and compassion, about fear and anxiety, about the importance of support when recovery is no longer probable. In working with patients in the final months and years of their lives, I have learned that every person, every story is unique. However, much is shared in common. The hope to die in peace, the desire to be respected, and to have personal autonomy and dignity honored by family and healthcare providers alike. And my experiences have also reinforced my sense that we must uphold the principles of palliative care, as well as respecting the rights of patients to make their own decisions about their care as they approach the end of life. On February 6, 2015, the Supreme Court of Canada declared that the Criminal Code prohibitions on assisted dying were unconstitutional. The federal government was given 1 year to develop a federal framework to address this decision. On January 15th, the Supreme Court granted a 4-month extension to June 6th of this year to give our government time to develop a legislative framework for Parliament to consider. The Supreme Court's decision marked a watershed moment in an important and long-standing debate surrounding the right of Canadians to have the choice to a medically assisted death. However, how it will be implemented, for whom, and by whom needs careful consideration. As parliamentarians, we have heard from Canadians on this issue through so many conversations with our constituents and through the dedicated work of the Joint Parliamentary Committee. Hundreds of experts and organizations, both here in this country and abroad, have contributed volumes to our understanding of this very difficult subject. Many have spoken passionately about their work on the front lines of palliative care, hospice care, and end-of-life care. Others have talked about personal experiences with loved ones and about easing their physical and emotional pain that they experience. Our government is grateful for the work of the Federal External Panel on Carter, Mr. Speaker, and for the work of the Special Joint Committee on Physician-Assisted Dying. We have also benefited from the work undertaken in the provinces and territories on this issue, including the thoughtful recommendations of the Expert Advisory Group on Physician-Assisted Dying. Et nous sommes reconnaissants envers les députés.
And we're grateful for the members who made their well-thought-out comments on these issues, on this issue in the months past. The government has listened, and the bill that we are tabling today is a result of their wisdom and collective experiences.
Decisive action. Mr. Speaker, I think that it is good news for Canadians, including those who are facing this personal and very difficult choice, their families and their care providers, who have all been carefully considering this legislation. Mr. Speaker, for people who wish to have the choice of seeking medical assistance in dying, Bill C-14 will allow that, in keeping with the Supreme Court of Canada's decision. This proposed bill is the product of careful consideration of several principles that guide our government, including the desire to support personal autonomy and access to health care services, while recognizing that it is imperative to protect vulnerable persons, individually and collectively, from coercion and disrespect. With Bill C-14, certain healthcare providers would, under certain circumstances and conditions, be exempt from criminal code offences in order to allow them to provide or assist in providing medical assistance in dying. The bill clearly defines the criteria that must be met for individuals to be eligible. We set up safeguards to be followed to ensure that these criteria are met and that the request is truly voluntary. This is critically important to protect vulnerable populations and, frankly, to ensure that anyone who contemplates medical aid in dying has fully reflected on their choice. We also create the foundation for a regime to monitor medical assistance in dying so that we can see how it is working in Canada. Avec ce projet de loi, nous montrons...
With this bill, we are showing the government's determination to support the autonomy of people who are approaching end of life, while at the same time protecting the most vulnerable members of our society.
There has been considerable focus on whether providers should be free to exercise their conscience rights, and I want to underscore that this proposed legislation does not compel any healthcare practitioner to provide medical assistance in dying. Practitioners will have the right to choose as their conscience dictates. However, we must also respect the rights of people seeking this procedure by ensuring that those providers who have expressed a preparedness to help patients can do so without fear of criminal prosecution. Under Bill C-14, certain healthcare providers, such as physicians and authorized nurse practitioners who administer medical assistance in dying, would be exempt from criminal prosecution. Puisque les infirmières...
Since nurses and nurse practitioners are authorized to offer many of the same services offered by, for example, general practitioners, they can undertake conducting examinations, diagnoses,
Nurse practitioners often work alone, providing vital healthcare services in underserved areas, such as the most remote and rural parts of Canada. Other providers, such as pharmacists, registered nurses, and physicians who may provide assistance, would also be exempt from criminal prosecution. So rest assured that healthcare workers who provide and assist in providing medical assistance in dying would have no reason to fear criminal prosecution as long as they follow the appropriate safeguards. Monsieur le Président, pendant...
Mr. Speaker, during the consultations that were undertaken in preparing this bill, we noted that there is a consensus among Canadians with respect to have data on this issue. In addition, modifications to the criminal code, this bill will also give the Minister of Health the authority required to put in place regulations for information to be gathered, use of information and protection of that information, as well as the processes and for the production of documents.
Transparent monitoring system on the practice of medical assistance in dying is essential, and analysis and trends need to be reported to the public on a regular basis. We, as the Government of Canada and Canadians, need to understand as much as possible about how the system is operating in practice so that we can address any potential concerns. To that end, the proposed bill commits the federal government to working with the provinces and territories to develop a pan-Canadian monitoring system. The system would allow us to collect and analyze data, monitor trends, and make recommendations for potential legislative and policy reforms. We are not starting from scratch. Around the world and other places that have legalized medical assistance in dying, mandatory oversight systems are in place to carry out monitoring and public reporting each year. We
can examine those examples in order to help determine what is good for Canada. We can also look closer to home at Quebec. The monitoring system has recently put in place.
And Canadian system with provinces, territories, and stakeholders will take time, and we know that we need to be tracking this information as soon as possible. From a health perspective, I feel strongly that it's important for us to work toward consistency in the provision of health care services for all Canadians, regardless of where they live. Canadians and stakeholders are expecting and hoping for a pan-Canadian approach. They do not want a patchwork where they observe significant differences in quality and availability of services in their own community, province, or territory relative to other parts of the country. A fundamental value in Canada is our commitment that Canadians across the country will have access to medically necessary healthcare services when they need them. This view reflects the underlying principles of universality, accessibility, and comprehensiveness so vital to our healthcare system. Bill C-14 contains well-defined eligibility criteria and safeguards which go a very long way to achieving our government's objective of a consistent framework for medical assistance in dying. While certain implementation details will be left to provinces and territories and medical regulatory bodies, we will all operate under the same legal and access framework. My health minister colleagues across the country have looked to us for leadership on a consistent approach for all Canadians. I am pleased that our proposed bill fulfills that expectation. No aspect of what we do on the question of complementary measures should be done precipitously. There are several particularly challenging issues. On these, our proposed bill suggests a cautious approach that will seek further advice as suggested by the Special Joint Committee. Toutefois, nous reconnaissons.
We do, however, also acknowledge that there's a difference between the decision to accepting to refuse treatment and a decision to requesting one's death. In the latter case, specific standards need to be in place. The age of 18 as one of the eligibility criteria for medical assistance in dying is important.
Not more contentious matter of advance directives. Advance directives are used to indicate wishes for treatment if a person can no longer communicate. The prospect of permitting requests for assistance in dying through advance directives is concerning to many Canadians. At the same time, others feel strongly that they should be able to convey their wishes for a medically assisted death in advance of a future point in time when, as in the case of a progressively debilitating condition such as dementia, they are no longer competent to make a request. Advance directives are a difficult issue for many individuals, family members, and healthcare providers. As difficult as it is to discuss the end of life in the final days, it can be even more difficult to predict one's wishes and circumstances in the case where it is further off, especially in the distant future. Many people are also troubled by the prospects of patients with a psychiatric disorder being eligible for assistance in dying on the basis of psychological suffering alone. There are strongly held views on both sides of this issue. That is why legislating medical assistance in dying has required a cautious approach. And that is why we have committed to independent studies to explore the challenging issues of mature minors, advance directives, and mental illness further. Following a period of study and further reflection, we will be better positioned to determine how these issues best fit into a Canadian framework for medical assistance in dying.
I believe that most Canadians will agree with this approach, Mr. Speaker.
Remarks that this bill does not compel participation by healthcare providers to do anything which runs counter to their convictions. At the same time, we are also mindful that the exercise of conscience rights by providers may constitute a barrier to access for those who are seeking medical aid in dying. There is, therefore, a federal interest on behalf of Canadians in working with our provinces and territories to support access. Collaborative work with provinces and territories could build on important international examples, such as the well-established networks we see in the Netherlands and Belgium. These provide insight as to how an end-of-life care coordination system could help facilitate access to a consulting physician or nurse practitioner. This is particularly important in rural and remote areas or in situations where identifying a second provider to assess eligibility may be problematic. One of the things that I have heard is that better palliative care would assist in end-of-life care options, and the end-of-life care options that have now been prescribed by the Supreme Court. I know firsthand that there is a place and a need for both. Les soins palliatifs visent
Palliative care is aimed mainly at improving the quality of care of those who are still alive, that are dying, and we know that in the case of heart disease and ALS, there are serious suffering.
Care, but some studies have found that the overwhelming majority, perhaps 70% or more of us, do not have access to it, particularly in rural and remote areas. Many providers are not well trained to provide palliative care services. Reinforcing this government's commitment to quality palliative care, this proposed bill signals our intent to support improvements to a range of end-of-life care services. Like other healthcare services, the delivery of palliative care is mainly the responsibility of provinces and territories. However, the federal government can make significant contributions in this area. We are already supporting a number of initiatives aimed at improving capacity in our healthcare system to provide palliative care. In partnership with the provinces and territories and healthcare providers, non-governmental health organizations, the federal government has funded initiatives designed to advance palliative care awareness, education, national standards, and research. For real improvements to be made, we need to work closely with provinces and territories. Since my appointment as Minister of Health, it has been my immediate priority to reach out to provinces and territories to discuss needed transformation in our healthcare system, including care at the end of life, particularly in the setting where Canadians say they most wish to die, and that is usually in their own home and community. In that spirit, earlier this year, I met with provincial and territorial health ministers in Vancouver to launch discussions on a new multi-year health accord. Through the health accord process, our government will be making significant investments totaling $3 billion to help deliver more and better quality home care services for Canadians.
We expect that palliative care will be helpful as well for patients with continuing care, and this will be a future priority for us. By working together, we can make real change in the healthcare system so that Canadians will be able to continue to have access to high-quality care.
Care at the end of life should be there when people need it. We want all Canadians to have access to the best care possible. We want them to have autonomy in making decisions as they approach the end of their lives. We are facing a challenging time frame to put this legislation in place with the June 6th deadline. However, I believe that with this proposed bill, we have found a balanced approach that reflects the best interests of Canadians, and that is why I urge all members of this House to support C-14. Merci.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Louis.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
For his comment, but I have some serious questions, especially for this ministry. La ministre a dit tout à l'heure.
The minister said that minister's conscience was protected. Now, I want to question her on that. I would like her to tell me where exactly that's written, what provision, because now the provinces are going to define where doctors can use their conscience or not. That's not the same thing, because here we've got the federal parliament that is making decisions for all of Canada. So if there is protection for doctors to use their conscience, we need to be careful about jurisdiction. If the doctor says that he or she does not want to treat this patient and do these things, then right now there's a requirement to refer the patient to other physicians. I would like to hear from her which provisions in the bill are pointing to this.
Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows, this is a bill to amend the criminal code, and as such, the bill is prepared in that format. As he well knows, the matter of the care and delivery of care falls into the realm of provinces and territories. I have made the commitment to make sure to work with my colleagues, the ministers of health across the country, to ensure that they understand that no healthcare provider should be required to provide care, that they should respect their conscience rights, but at the same time to make sure that all Canadians will have access to all options of care. I am prepared to work with them. We have made the commitment to develop a pan-Canadian approach to care coordination at the end of life to make sure that all Canadians will have access to care. We have deemed through the tabling of this bill to demonstrate that this is a medically necessary option for care at the end of life, and I will work with my colleagues across the country to make sure it is there for Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to commend the Minister as well as her colleague, the Minister of Justice, for their leadership on this very, very sensitive issue. Aside from the issue of advance requests and the issue of the unfortunate drafting of this bill, the issue I hear most about, Mr. Speaker, is the failure in this initiative to specifically commit to palliative care. The Minister has given words on that subject again today, but we will note that there was nothing in the budget despite campaign promises to that end. I would ask the Minister this, through you, Mr. Speaker, would she consider restoring the Secretariat on Palliative and End-of-Life Care and the development of a fully funded pan-Canadian palliative and end-of-care strategy in collaboration with provinces, territories, and civil society?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
I thank the honourable member for his question. It's an important question, and I have reiterated, as he said, our commitment to ensure that we improve access to palliative care. Indeed, it would be my desire to see that every Canadian should access high-quality palliative care at the end of their life, to give them that opportunity. I often quote Dr. Atul Gawande, who talks about the fact that people not only need to have a good death, but they need to have the access to a good life to the very end. And this is extremely important to me. I will be working with the provinces and territories. I have already been working with my department. We will be investing in home care, and we will determine that all the necessary investments are in place, and I am exploring all opportunities for how we can ensure that that commitment is upheld and that care is available to Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her thoughtful speech and for her leadership on this extremely sensitive issue at what really is an historic time for Canadians. Much of what falls within the health domain is within the jurisdiction of the provinces. There's no question that the provinces are looking to the federal government for leadership. Given the very compressed time frame that we have, I wonder if the Minister could comment on the importance of the June 6th date with respect to the matters that are within the provincial domain. There's no question that the June 6th date is critical with respect to the matters that fall under the criminal law, but what is the significance of that date? Is it as important for the matters that are within her jurisdiction? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health.
The honourable member raises an important matter, and that is the reality that we need to have a legislative framework in place. The provinces and territories have spoken to me loudly and clearly about their desire to make sure that we have a consistent approach across the country. That came up in my meeting with health ministers in January. They have, in my conversations with my colleagues since the bill has been tabled, has been that they are very pleased with the fact that it provides that framework for them. They have already done a tremendous amount of work across the country in determining their next steps. They have been working with regulatory bodies, and those regulatory bodies have put in place a number of measures to make sure that Canadian healthcare providers are educated and prepared for the changes that this puts in place. But the June 6th deadline, no doubt, is an important one, and that's why I certainly urge all the members of this House to support this bill so that we will have a legislative framework that will provide that access to consistent care across the country.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister in her comments said that nothing in the bill compels healthcare professionals to participate in assisting with a death. But she also stated there's a federal interest in ensuring that nobody is denied access to medically assisted death. And this raises a problem, Mr. Speaker, because a charter right to something cannot be withheld by somebody else who is either a government agent or who is operating within the purview of a set of rules that give them a monopoly over providing access to that right. Now, she could correct this problem, which essentially will cause the courts to require healthcare professionals to provide assisted death against their own consciences and will, unless the following change is made. She could add a specific protection to the law that would meet the Section 1 Charter requirement, which says that the rights and freedoms set out in the Charter are subject only to such reasonable limits prescribed by law, which means statute, as can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. If she does that, there will be protection for physicians. If not, it's only a matter of time before the courts require physicians to provide assisted death, and that will result in terrible crises of conscience for physicians who would not want to do that based on their own profoundly held moral beliefs. Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, and I look forward to further conversation with him about this matter. I will continue to discuss this with my colleague, the Minister of Justice, as well. I want to make sure that the member understands that physicians and other care providers make deeply complex decisions every day. They approach their work with thoughtfulness. They approach their work with their conscience intact, and they will need to continue to be able to do that. We need to make sure that those conscience rights are protected, as they are now, but we also know that Canadians need to be able to have access to this care. And so those physicians and care providers will undertake to make sure that care is transferred in the situation where they are not able to provide a certain type of care for any reason, including the reason of conscience rights. And I am determined to work with my colleagues across the country, with the Canadian Medical Association, the Canadian Nurses Association, to make sure that this is well understood, that we find mechanisms to make sure that there is a care coordination system so that no one will be denied access to medically necessary care.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. We have the time for a short question. The member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for her speech. With respect to her acknowledgement that physician-aided death, this legislation deals with charter issues, and that we need to protect the rights that doctors have to use their conscience, I think that we have to see how every Canadian can have access to this right and yet protect physicians' conscience rights. Now, there are regions where there aren't many physicians, so what mechanism will she put in place to ensure that all Canadians are treated equally?
Less, if you don't mind, Madam Minister.
I would look forward to further conversations with my colleague about this. If there is anything we heard loud and clear in a uniform way across the country was the matter of respecting the conscience rights of healthcare providers. We will continue to make sure that that is upheld. You have also heard me say repeatedly in this House that I believe that Canadians need to have access to all forms of medically necessary care across the country. That's a fundamental principle upheld by the Canada Health Act, which I will continue to uphold.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Hear, 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 hear. Mr. Speaker, I'm thankful and, to be honest, humbled by the opportunity to join this important debate. Yesterday, a group of high school students were visiting from my riding, and we talked a few minutes about this debate and what would unfold in their parliament. I told them that we were about to tackle one of those rare questions in the social and political life of a country, watershed moments where we can translate our values into a law and touch the lives of Canadians in a profound way. I believe this is one of those moments. Let me say from the outset that I will be supporting this bill at second reading. As New Democrats, we've decided that rather than seek consensus on a question so personal, we will be encouraging our members to take the time to consult with their constituents, to reflect carefully on this bill, and to vote with their conscience. So let me affirm from the outset my deep respect and admiration for members, wherever they sit in this House, who rise to express views that may differ from the views that I have on this bill. I'm reminded of something a former Conservative member of the House said when he appeared before the Joint Special Committee. At the end of his eloquent and moving testimony, he stopped and looked around and said, with his usual knack for not pulling any punches, "By the way, everything you decide here will affect every Canadian who is alive and every Canadian that there will be in the future, and it will probably set the framework for the Western world, so think about it." So let me say to Mr. Fletcher, to those young constituents who visited me yesterday, and to every Canadian who will follow this important debate from living rooms and law offices and hospital beds, that I have every confidence that Parliament will give this bill the careful scrutiny it needs and the respectful debate that it deserves. We are here, Mr. Speaker, because of the Supreme Court's unanimous ruling in the Carter case. The case was long and complex, but the decision was crystal clear. I quote, "Section 241B and Section 7 of the Criminal Code are void insofar as they prohibit physician-assisted death for a competent adult who, 1, clearly consents to the termination of life, and 2, has grievous and irremediable medical conditions, including an illness, disability, or disease that causes enduring suffering that is intolerable to the individual in the circumstances of his or her condition." Close quote. That's what the court concluded. It's noteworthy for its humanity. It doesn't force doctors or bureaucrats to parse a patient's suffering or weigh precisely how much pain and fear is tolerable and how much intolerable. Instead, it recognizes the ability, indeed the right, of a competent Canadian to decide for themselves when their suffering becomes intolerable in the circumstances of their condition. In fact, the next line of the judgment goes further, recognizing the right of those competent Canadians to define what treatments may be unacceptable for them. I quote, irremediable, it should be added, does not require the patient to undertake treatments that are not acceptable to the individual, close quote. In just 7 lines, the Supreme Court of Canada, the highest court in our land, affirmed that competent adult Canadians could consent to the termination of life, could define uniquely and for their life what intolerable suffering meant to them, and could define to a large degree what an irremediable condition meant to them, respecting their right to refuse treatments they determined to be unacceptable. Not only did the court unanimously affirm the right of competent Canadians to make their choices, it found 2 provisions of the Criminal Code unconstitutional, insofar as they prevented eligible individuals from doing so. So let's remind ourselves, Mr. Speaker, the meaning of that word unconstitutional. In explaining such a finding in the Constitutional Law of Canada, Professor Peter Hogg quotes a U.S. justice to say this: an unconstitutional act is not a law. It confers no rights, it imposes no duties, it affords no protection, it creates no offense. It is, in legal contemplation, as inoperative as though it had never been passed. Professor Hogg continues, when a court holds that a law is unconstitutional, the invalidity of the law doesn't arise from the fact of its having been declared unconstitutional by a court, but from the operation of the supremacy clause of the Constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, in principle, he said, the law is invalid from the moment it is enacted. The fact that the Supreme Court delayed the effect of its ruling in Carter doesn't detract from the force of that finding of unconstitutionality. The court didn't request that Parliament pare back the prohibition against assisted dying in these cases to a less intrusive level. It demolished the legal barriers that denied Canadians the choice as completely as if they had never been built. The court then wrote, it is for Parliament and the provincial legislatures to respond, should they so choose, by enacting legislation consistent with the constitutional parameters set out in these reasons. Close quote. Mr. Speaker, that's what we're here to do. To measure this bill against the constitutional parameters illuminated for us by our Supreme Court. I was proud, Mr. Speaker, to serve on the Joint Special Committee on Physician-Assisted Dying. J'ai travaillé dans ce comité avec l'aide de ma collègue extraordinaire, la députée.
My extraordinary colleague, the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagat. I would like to thank her for the many hours of work and her deep knowledge and profound knowledge of the Quebec legislation. I have to add that our report was made all the better by the wisdom she brought to it.
Parties and both chambers, we reviewed the Supreme Court judgment and the provincial court decision that preceded it. We looked at laws in Quebec and around the world. We reviewed 2 major studies which together heard from 13,000 Canadians in over 100 organizations. We held 11 hearings. We called 61 expert witnesses and took written briefs from individuals and groups from all across this country. That committee had a duty, in my view, to make recommendations for all Canadians and to consider all the situations that might arise in the coming years and seek clear answers founded on the law, on medical evidence, and on our shared values. So I'm so thankful to all members of that committee for their work, for their commitment to respect and the collaboration beyond and above party lines. their dedication in helping Parliament pass a law that does respect the constitutional parameters set out by the court. Indeed, a law for all Canadians. Now, based on that broad consultation and that evidence, and a strong majority spanning both chambers and all parties, we agreed on 21 recommendations to ensure that eligible Canadians have the option and to protect individuals in situations of particular vulnerability. These recommendations were not made lightly. Each was made after lengthy discussion with an eye to the future, and each was rooted in careful consideration of the evidence, the requirements of the Carter case and of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and of course on the rights of suffering Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, I must be honest at this point. I was deeply disappointed to find the majority of recommendations of the All-Party Committee either missing from or contradicted by the provisions in this government bill. The All-Party Committee recommended that the law use the exact words of the Supreme Court. This bill would cloud those words with new and very vague and ambiguous restrictions. Let me pause on that point. Without delving into the details, let me share two concerns about an area so crucial that, in my view, and the view of many experts that have called me, it inappropriately narrows the scope of the entire bill. First, this bill would limit its scope to medical conditions that are, quote, incurable, a word the Supreme Court did not use and a requirement that it did not set. While the court was quick to make clear that it would never force a patient to undergo unacceptable treatments to prove their condition was irremediable, no similar direction is found in this bill. None. It would seem to compel patients to undergo treatments that they would object to in order to be eligible for assistance in dying. That, Mr. Speaker, could prove to be cruel and unusual and in itself contrary to the Charter. Second, the bill limits its scope to patients facing what it terms a reasonably foreseeable natural death, another requirement found nowhere in the decision. In fact, this concept was never raised once before us by any witnesses in the All-Party Committee, nor, as far as I can tell, does it have any precedent in any jurisdiction. And it's not hard to see why. After all, it's almost hopelessly ambiguous. Does it mean a death that's imminent, or simply one that we can predict with confidence? The government has provided a glossary that suggests, quote, foreseeable in the not-too-distant future, or, quote, on a trajectory toward death. But of course those terms could be applied to every single one of us. I want to read the conclusions of one of Canada's most revered constitutional lawyers, Joseph Arvey, QC. I quote, "As the lead counsel in the Carter case, I probably know better than anyone the evidence led, the arguments made, and the full implication of the judgment at all levels. And I have no doubt that the bill, if enacted, would be struck down as unconstitutional insofar as the, quote, foreseeability clause is concerned, and perhaps other clauses as well," close quote. Given that the Department of Justice lawyers did not prevail at the Supreme Court of Canada and the case was decided unanimously against their position, I assume the minister has a comprehensive legal opinion from outside counsel. Will she table that opinion at the Justice Committee? Will she force desperately ill Canadians to have to go to the Supreme Court again? These restrictions that have no root in the Supreme Court decision are so fundamental that they affect the scope of the bill itself. But they're not the only ways in which the bill seems to reject the advice of our committee. The All-Party Committee recommended that the law not exclude patients who completed a valid request in advance of losing their capacity. This bill would offer those Canadians nothing but the cruel choice the court spoke of, the choice between a death they consider premature and the rising fear of a life they consider intolerable. The All-Party Committee agreed that Indigenous patients should be given the option of a culturally and spiritually appropriate end-of-life and palliative services. It agreed that mental health services and supports for all Canadians must be improved immediately. It agreed that far too few Canadians can access the quality palliative and end-of-life care they deserve. And it identified concrete steps for the government to take on every one of these priorities for Canadians. And yet, Mr. Speaker, this bill contains nothing binding on any of these. Not $1 of new funding, not one commitment or timeline. Now, of course, there are those who ask us to be patient, who say this is just a first step. But incremental change offers cold comfort to those suffering intolerably today. Nor does our Charter allow unconstitutional provisions to be made right by degrees, by steps. And there are those who say that while improving palliative care or obeying patients' advance requests or protecting the conscience rights of healthcare workers are good ideas, they were not named in Carter and so cannot be included in this bill. But neither did Carter mention nurse practitioners or record keeping or witnesses or multiple doctors, all of which, of course, are addressed in this bill. These are all good and practical steps. Indeed, many are recommendations of the All-Party Committee. So we must replace a conveniently selective attention to Carter with a consistent commitment to the Charter rights and healthcare priorities of all Canadians. Because, Mr. Speaker, the reality is this moment's not going to come again. Canadians are counting on us to get it right now. This means abiding by the letter and spirit of the Supreme Court ruling and strengthening this bill against obvious challenges to its Charter compliance. And it means taking real action on the priorities that Canadians recognize and are connected, including better mental health services and more accessible palliative and end-of-life care options for everyone. So specifically, Mr. Speaker, I'd urge all members to consider Recommendation 19 of the All-Party Committee, which called for the reestablishing of the Secretariat on Palliative and End-of-Life Care, the development of a fully funded pan-Canadian palliative and end-of-life care strategy in collaboration with the provinces, territories, and civil society. Now, as anyone who has sifted through the mountain of evidence on this issue can attest, it is easy to get lost in the details. But at the end of it all, we're called to a question of principle. It's a principle reflected in the words of Mr. Justice Binney in another ruling, which I paraphrase here. He said that while we may first instinctively recoil from a decision to seek death, it is clear that it can arise from a deeply personal and fundamental belief about how we wish to live. We're asked to consider in what circumstances we can deny adult, competent Canadians suffering intolerably from a grievous medical condition the right to make these fundamental decisions. The choices in Carter of what constitutes intolerable suffering and which treatments are acceptable. This is about choice. Canadians want options when they near the end of life or if they find themselves trapped in intolerable suffering. And in my view, the bill before us denies that to too many Canadians, in too many cases with too little justification. By leaving unresolved so many of the tensions at play in Carter, this bill invites immediate challenges on similar grounds. And these court battles would necessarily engage the full legal resources of this government against the arguments of the most weak and vulnerable Canadians imaginable. That is not what Canadians want. We do not need more conflict, division, or delay. What we need is constructive compromise. And what we insist upon is compliance with the Supreme Court of Canada's unanimous decision. No government can be expected to preempt every challenge to a new law, but a government can at least be expected to recognize that a Supreme Court of Canada decision is not a recommendation. We can do better than trying to drive a square peg into a round hole. We can do better than altering the careful words of our Supreme Court of Canada. We can do better than flatly contradicting the evidence of experts and the advice of parliamentarians from all parties and both chambers. We can do better than excluding patients whose valid request is approved but who lose capacity just before it can be acted upon. We can do better than condemning those people to intolerable suffering because, of course, their condition didn't match the letter of this bill. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I believe we can do better than offering only non-binding promises of more discussion on issues as urgent as giving every Canadian the mental health services they need and the options for palliative and end-of-life care they richly deserve. I truly believe that what I told those young people from Victoria yesterday, I truly believe it. This is a moment that will not come again for us as legislators. We have a duty to see this House pass a bill that respects the Carter decision, that respects our Charter of Rights and Principles, and that accords with the priorities of Canadians. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, in my judgment, this is not that bill, but it can be. So let's give it the study it needs and the debate Canadians deserve. Let's make whatever changes are needed to meet those standards. Let's do this work together, let's get it right, and let's work assiduously for all Canadians to get it right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great speech.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Victoria for a very impassioned speech and a very important contribution to this debate. And I particularly take note of his objections, despite the fact that he has expressed his ultimate support for the legislation that the government has introduced in Bill C-14. I want to specifically get to one of his objections that he raised, and that deals with the question about the foreseeability clause, that he noted that the lead counsel in the Carter decision, Mr. Joseph Arvey, Queen's counsel, raised with respect to his concerns with respect to the constitutionality of the proposed Bill C-14. And I wanted to ask my friend from Victoria what proposed changes that he think would be necessary in order so that the definition of reasonable foreseeability that is currently found in Section 241.2 subsection paragraph D would need to be changed in order to deal with the legal standard, I believe, which is the nature of his objection. And I just add the caveat that, as I recall the Minister of Justice's presentation at the time, that the determination of reasonable foreseeability would be left to physicians, and whether, in fact, that there is some amendment that he could propose that would, in fact, address the legal standard, which I think is the nature of his objection.
The Honourable Member for Victoria. Before you answer, I'd just like to remind the Honourable Members that they are speaking through the Speaker and not directly across the floor.
Agincourt. This is a very, very fundamental question. It goes to the difficulty that it's the heart of this. I want to be clear that when referencing Joseph Arvey, who many consider the leading constitutional lawyer of his generation, I don't mean to stop there. I've heard this concern about reasonably foreseeable from people from coast to coast, eminent jurists whom I respect enormously. So I would say the simple solution is to do what the Supreme Court told us to. Simply use the words of the decision, the words grievous and irremediable. I don't know that there's anything added. I know a lot's been taken away by the definition that's there. I'm hoping the government is open to reasoned debate and amendments that are in the same spirit that we worked in the circumstances of the Joint Special Committee. I believe we can do better. This clause is beyond comprehension to jurists of the highest quality and reputation across the country. So why is it there? It comes from nowhere. It comes from nowhere in the decision. It comes from no other jurisdiction we've been able to find. All it does is create uncertainty. Does reasonably foreseeable mean solely in time? Does it mean about conditions? Nobody knows. And it's that uncertainty that doctors are telling me they cannot accept, and therefore will be reluctant to provide the services until they get the kind of certainty that we tried in the committee to provide and which Canadians will need. And those advising and ensuring physicians and medical practitioners are certainly going to need more than words like reasonably foreseeable.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was pleased to hear the minister previously talking about international comparisons. And one of my disappointments with the Special Joint Committee that the member who just spoke referred to was that we didn't actually do sufficient study at all of what has happened in other jurisdictions when we've seen some of these laws brought in. Specifically, I want to talk about a study that was done in Belgium, because in 2010 this was quoted in the Canadian Medical Association Journal. It surveyed nurses who were involved in euthanasia and found that a full 120 of 248 surveyed said they had been involved in cases of euthanasia where there was no consent. So of 248 that had been involved in euthanasia, almost half had been involved in cases where there was no consent. And yet, the direction we're going with this legislation, and the model that I know the member advocates, because it follows the Special Joint Committee, is very similar to the Belgian-style model. So I want to ask, why would Canada follow Belgium when there have been significant problems with actual consent? Why don't we look at jurisdictions that have been more effective and put in place things like advanced legal review?
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you for the question, and I thank my colleague as well for his work during the deliberations of the Special Joint Committee. The Belgium study to which he refers is one of many studies. In the several hundred-page judgment at the trial level of the BC Supreme Court, Madam Justice Smith referred to these studies and others like them and concluded that we can do better in our bill, and that it was appropriate that the Constitution reflect that competent adults have the ability to use physician-assisted dying, medical aid in dying, when they meet the very specific and stringent conditions that were articulated. Consent is at the core of this. One has to be careful that there's consent that has not been pressured in any way, and the bill, I think, does a good job of addressing that. But, Mr. Speaker, the idea of having some kind of advanced legal requirement for consent determination and the like was rejected, I say, by the committee because it would be an absolute barrier to many people, particularly in remote communities, from being able to have the choice that the Supreme Court said Canadians constitutionally enjoy.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Victoria for his very thoughtful speech today and for the work he did on the Special Joint Committee on physician-assisted dying, along with the member from St. Hyacinthe-Bagot on behalf of our caucus, a committee that was so ably chaired by the member for Don Valley West, who I also wish to thank for his work on behalf of this chamber. My question has to do with conversations I had with two constituents who are facing the issue of physician-assisted dying and the case of my own mother last fall. And this has to do with the advanced consent notion. And I'm going to use the case of my mother because I know it so well. And she had medical conditions which were going to lead her to a position where it was going to be difficult to continue living, but she also had dementia. And so she wished to give consent in advance before the dementia got so bad that she could no longer give consent. And so when her other medical conditions advanced, she was no longer competent. And so we were faced with very difficult decisions as a family, but what we did know was her very clear statements before of what she wished to have happen. And so how will the bill deal with these very difficult situations like this? And did the Supreme Court decision deal with these kinds of cases?
The honourable member for Victoria.
First of all, I thank my friend from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, and I'm sorry for the loss of his mother. I want you to know that, through you, Mr. Speaker, that the bill doesn't do anything about that. Doesn't do anything about that. And it's a sad deficiency that I keep hearing about day after day after day in my office. People will not be allowed to determine, even if they have the very condition that they feared the most, dementia, Alzheimer's, or life, they will not be able to determine what will happen at the end of their lives. So we have the terrible situation, real-world examples from British Columbia, where a person who worked all their life in nursing people with dementia said, I do not want that to happen to me, being spoon-fed and in diapers in an institution, contrary to her express wishes. This bill will do nothing to address that. That is the deficiency I hear most about in my riding as well. Most Canadians asked for that. The polls are absolutely clear that the circumstance my colleague recounts is precisely what people fear, and this bill, sadly, does not do what the recommendation of the Joint committee and others have urged us to do, namely provide in circumstances where you delineate precisely when it is time for that to be physician-assisted dying to take place. There's no opportunity to do that. We can do better. We must do better.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherbrooke Park, Fort Saskatchewan. We've got a short time, so if you don't mind making it a short question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick follow-up to the member's previous response. I don't think it's a good response at all to say, well, there have been other studies without actually quoting them. We've seen significant studies from Belgium and other Benelux countries that show without an effective system of advanced legal review, which need not be onerous, one suggestion has been to use consent and capacity boards, which already exist at the provincial level. A simple system of not onerous advanced review could be added to this legislation, which would ensure that we don't go down the road which many of the studies have shown us going down in the Benelux countries. What's wrong with adding that basic protection, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you for the opportunity then to be more specific. Advanced legal review would be an absolute barrier for many people, particularly in remote communities. I have confidence in doctors. Doctors do these things every day. They look after us in life, and I trust them to look after us in the last days of our life as well. To talk about a consent and capacity board, which one province has and others don't, is not helpful. We need to figure out how we can do this. Absolutely require to address the needs of the vulnerable, but we cannot provide an untenable barrier to people whose constitutional rights are affected. That would not work, and we will oppose such an amendment.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. I just want to remind the member that he has about 4 minutes and 30 seconds, and the balance of his time will be returned to him when this issue comes before the House again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity. I will be splitting my time, and I want to discuss specific aspects of the legislation today. On Monday, I will have an opportunity to talk about some underlying philosophical questions. And I want to be clear, Mr. Speaker, that I do not believe in an all-or-nothing approach. I and many of my colleagues who have broad philosophical concerns about what is happening here are still willing to vote in favor of legislation which does not recriminalize euthanasia if it advances positively in the direction of saving some lives, especially minimizing the risk to vulnerable persons. But this legislation does not contain meaningful safeguards. Without amendment, it will protect no one. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know that this law has written exceptions, but it has exceptions to the exceptions, and may I say exceptions to the exceptions which are not at all exceptional. This legislation has a requirement for the provision of written consent, but if the person cannot provide written consent, someone else can do it on their behalf. This legislation prescribes a waiting period, but the waiting period doesn't apply in the event of possible imminent death or loss of capacity. So much ambiguity here. The government has said that mental illness is excluded, but the legislation clearly says in section 241(2)(2) that physical or psychological suffering qualifies a person to seek premature death. Now, the legislation says that death must be reasonably foreseeable. Well, may I say that death is reasonably foreseeable for all of us. It is those who think that death is not reasonably foreseeable who probably need the medical attention. Why not put in terminal? Mr. Speaker, when I was learning to drive, my mother thought that death was reasonably foreseeable every time we got in the car. That is no criteria. Now, there is a requirement that 2 physicians sign off, but given the huge ambiguities, doctors are liable to have a wide range of interpretations of the rules. Obviously, estimates are that there are 77,000 physicians in this country, and the likely practice of doctor shopping will ensure that almost anyone who thinks they meet the woolly and ambiguous criteria can find somewhere 2 people who disagree. The member for Victoria said earlier today, this is something doctors do every day. No, it isn't, Mr. Speaker. Doctors do not take life every day. This is fundamentally different from the normal practice of medicine. And when you have so many different doctors and opinions to choose on, these aren't effective safeguards. Now, given these 5 comically ridiculous exceptions to the exceptions, there is no doubt that detailed provincial legislation or regulation will be required in every case. So it's not at all clear to me what this law is supposed to accomplish. But further, there are 2 key areas where the prevailing rules under this law will leave us demonstrably worse off than Carter alone. First of all, there is a terrifying clause in this bill which says that if someone kills someone else but can demonstrate at least beyond a reasonable doubt that they have a reasonable but mistaken belief that the criteria applied, then that person cannot be penalized. You find that 241(6). So you can kill someone who didn't consent but escape prosecution on the basis of reasonable but mistaken belief. Whatever is done, I implore this government to take this very dangerous section out. This is going even beyond the Belgian model. Now, secondly, this legislation provides no protection for conscience rights, despite the court's clear statement that nothing in this decision required particular healthcare practitioners to be involved, and despite the clear assurance of the Canadian Medical Association that access does not require taking away Section 2 conscience rights. This legislation, Mr. Speaker, constitutes a perfect storm. Ambiguous criteria, no advanced legal review, no conscience protection, allowances for doctor shopping. These aren't meaningful safeguards at all. The bill leaves patients, seniors, and the sick, the disabled, vulnerable to error and systemic abuse. We've seen this in Belgium before. I've quoted the studies during questions and comments. We don't want to go down this road in Canada at all. Now, the government must introduce simple amendments to this legislation which define the criteria more clearly, which address the problems I've mentioned, which introduce an effective system of advanced legal review. As I've said, a person seeking hastened death should require the sign-off of competent legal authority. One such model could involve the use of consent and capacity boards, or even some kind of judicial review. Again, need not be onerous. Now, this process need not be complicated. It would ensure that someone is not accidentally killed, and then their killer's able to hide behind the ambiguous criteria of reasonable but mistaken belief. Mr. Speaker, we can't save every life today, but it's better to light a candle than to curse the darkness. Too many, from my perspective, have spent too long just cursing the darkness. Let's amend this bill. Let's fix this bill so that we can get the work we need done. Thank you.
The honourable member has another 5 minutes and a few seconds left, and he'll be able to restart when this debate restarts in the House. It being now 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' bill as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business.
At second reading of Bill C-232, an act to amend the excise tax 2001 concerning spirits, in the name of Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-232, an act to amend the excise tax 2001 spirits, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today on Private Members Bill C-232, an act to amend the excise tax 2001 regarding spirits. I thought it'd be appropriate to start off my speech by declaring that I have no pecuniary interests. I don't own a distillery. I have really no plans to own a distillery. I own no common shares in any distillery stock, so I just do this purely for the sector, for the industry, and the spin-off benefits it has for Canadian businesses. The current lay of the land for excise taxes on spirits in this country is $11.69 and 6 tenths of a cent per 100% of ethyl alcohol. This rate has been set for many, many years, really without consideration by government to reduce, and I propose at this time that it is time to reduce, and in two different ways. So many categories, and it depends which interpretation you take of a small or a medium-sized distiller, but regardless of that, this would apply to all distilleries that operate in this country to reduce the excise tax to $6 per liter of 100% ethyl alcohol, and over 100,000 liters, we would reduce it by nearly 79 cents to bring it to an even $11. So this is a good move, I believe, and would be beneficial to the sector. To put it in perspective, just in Ontario, to give you an idea of what taxes are involved in just a bottle of wine, glass of beer, glass of wine, or a glass of alcohol. In Ontario, for example, 80% goes back to the distiller or the chain. 4.3% is federal tax, and 15% is provincial tax. For beer, it's 46% goes back to the industry or the supplier, 11% to the federal government in forms of taxes, nearly 30% to the provincial government, and anybody that knows Ontario, there's the beer store and they get their cut, which is a little over 12%. But the difference is significant when you look at distilleries. And the issue is almost 60% goes to the provincial government, over 17% goes to the federal government, and just a little over 23% is returned back to the industry. So if you compare 80% in wine, 23% in the spirits and distilling sector, that is a big difference. And this bill won't close the gap 100%, but it will make a small step forward to trying to level the field and allow a little more profitability into the sector. I know all of us in here want to see businesses grow, whether they're small or large, in this country. The one thing we don't want to do as legislators is to have a tax regime in place that actually dissuades businesses to start and make investments in this country. And with the excise tax where it is currently, we've really not seen much growth at all in the sector in regards to new starts. So we're hoping that this will be a first step. One question I think everybody in the House should ask regarding this bill is, will it be WTO compliant? Is there a chance that a different country and a different jurisdiction will provide a challenge? We feel quite safe, quite secure, and confident that this will not be challengeable at WTO because it applies to all distillers. And I think that is very important. It doesn't have any benefit. It just benefits the entire sector. So that is very good. The other question I would think all members of Parliament would have in the House today is, what's it going to cost? How much is it going to cost? Well, I mentioned how much we're going to reduce the excise taxes, and the example I can give you is the example from the UK. And they reduced the excise tax last year, 2015, by 2%. And what actually happened was in January of this year, the Scottish Whisky Association came out and said, in fact, that it had nearly 100 million pounds to the positive for the government revenues. So the idea that a tax reduction can only cost government, I think in this case is incorrect, and that we have good, solid evidence, recent examples, that would indicate that a modest excise tax reduction would actually increase revenues to the government. I'd also like to point out, just in volume increases and other increases that go along with business, from 2006 to 2015, the excise tax collected on spirits has actually increased $200 million. So we have seen volume increase, and that's great, but there are many, many huge opportunities for this sector to go. To give you another comparable, if you look at, if we're going to compare the U.S. to Canada and the taxation involved there, if you take a look at the pricing, 54% in the United States, 54% of the price goes to federal, state, and local taxes, and it's nearly 80% here in Canada. So we need to continue to be more competitive to compete in America and around the globe. Another unique difference, say, between bourbon in the United States and Canadian whiskey is that bourbon needs to be only aged for a year. Canadian whiskey needs to be aged for 3 years. So I would think that around the world, Canadian whiskey is viewed as a premium product, but as well, there's a premium amount needed and required to be warehoused. So we also need to be mindful of that. If we take a look at the broader market, this is a very significant market worldwide. This is an $8 billion a year market worldwide. Canada has a pretty good chunk of that market. We're in at around $700 million. But we have huge potential and opportunity to actually reach about $2 billion of that market. So we could potentially play around 20 to 25% of the market. And one of the big reasons is because so many of our brands that we know here are really recognized around the world. Spirits in this country represent $5.8 billion to Canada's GDP, represents over 1,200 jobs directly, almost 9,000 jobs in total. It's a huge employer. It's a huge employer, and you can just imagine from the crop in the field to the bottle on the shelf, all the different hands and businesses that would be changed and exchanged to get to that number in this country. What I'd like to also mention about the market, just to put another comparable in, there's 60 to 70 distilleries in this country. There's about 5 or 6 significantly large distilleries, a few micro distilleries, a few small distilleries. But if you just take a look at one small sector, is the small craft distilleries in the United States. There's over 800 of the small craft distilleries. In my speech later on, I'll reference the opportunity of niche markets with those as well. The other thing I'll talk about is with the large distillers. Gimli, Manitoba, there's a few in Ontario as well. They need investment. They need to reinvest in their plant and their machinery. An excise tax, a 6% reduction for them will be very significant. It will allow them to invest in green technologies. Many of the plants have some forms of green technologies already, closed water loops, many other pieces to their plant, but that is going to allow them to continue reinvesting in green technologies in their plants. In addition to that, to bottling and packaging, it's going to allow them to be competitive on the world market and make sure that we don't lose packaging and bottling contracts to the United States. So we want to make sure that plants are able to do that. In addition, I mentioned that Canadian whiskey needs to be stored for 3 years. With that, you need storage and additional warehousing. So if we're going to grow the industry to $2 billion a year, we're going to need some significant investment in warehousing. So we need the large companies in this country to be able to afford to make those investments here and grow. I would also like to mention that in addition to the plant and machinery, there's a significant amount of marketing that needs to take place, not only here domestically, but around the world. We have significant markets in China, Japan, obviously in the United States, the UK, many other parts around the world, but we are competing on a global market, which becomes more global each and every day. We need to continue to allow those large companies to make those investments in their marketing. The other thing I'd mention is up until 2010, Canada had the #1 whiskey in the United States. So we need to make sure that we do our very best to get back into that and become competitive. Farmers. I come from a rural riding. Farmers are going to benefit from this as well. There's 320,000 metric tons of rye, corns, etc., some cases even wheat, that goes into this industry. So Ontario, Quebec, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta are huge suppliers of grains. Rye, for example, they're the #1 consumer and purchaser of rye, and in Ontario and corn, they're a huge purchaser as well. One thing that some people in the House may not know, that when a commodity such as rye or corn goes into a distillery, that isn't the end of its life. After it's been fermented and distilled, it becomes distiller's grains, and at that point, they're in huge demand by beef farmers, dairy farmers, and pork producers that they use that into their feed ration. So that is another green example of what the industry is, and it also leads to some niche opportunities that the United States has. There's a distillery in Florida that I haven't visited, but I've certainly read about it. They have a ranch. On the ranch, obviously, they feed their cattle, but the grains that go into the distillery are kept and fed to the cattle right on farm. So you can see down the road huge opportunities in the agriculture sector and for farmers to be able to grow the crops on their farm, to be able to even potentially afford to have a distillery on their farm, just like many wineries do, or even breweries do, and increase our tourism basically around the rest of the country. It also allows agriculture, science and technology and industry to partner together to create new and innovative strains of and varieties of crops, specific rye, different wheats that will cater to their niche market. One example I'll give you, and this is on a much larger scale, is rye grown in Saskatchewan that Crown Royal used for their world award-winning Northern Harvest rye. These are the kinds of partnerships and initiatives that can really spur growth and really help farmers and help the industry. Mr. Speaker, I do have a few minutes left, or a minute left, so I'll just talk. First, I should say thank yous. I'd like to thank my staff. I'd like to thank the Opposition Leader's Office for their help. I'd like to thank the Library of Parliament for their help guiding us along the way. Jan Westacott at Spirits Canada, and of course Stillwater's Distillery in Concord, Barry Steen and Barry Bernstein have been tremendous help providing the information and input for the benefits to this industry. The last thing I'll close is on the small craft distillers. This is the biggest opportunity that this country has in this sector. It's untapped. It really could unleash with the changes that we're making here in literally every member of Parliament's riding around the country. There isn't quite distilleries in every riding, but certainly doesn't matter if you're a government member of Parliament or you're in the opposition. There are distilleries in some members' ridings, and with the opportunity of many more. The problem is the way the current system is set up with the excise tax and the requirements from CRA in the warehousing. It is a huge impediment to opening up a new business. And what we do not want to have in this country is taxation and regulation, the reason why we don't open up new businesses. In the province of Ontario, from where I live, the LCDO is starting their modernization project to be less of a burden, less of a barrier on these new businesses. I think it's also time for the federal government to be a partner, to be a proactive partner, take a first step and take a look at it. What I'll close in with, Mr. Speaker, is we want to get this thing done. We're open to suggestions. We're open to ideas for other members. If they have amendments, if they'd like to see changes, additions, this doesn't have to be the cast in stone. We are open to ideas, and I look forward to the questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member says he has no pecuniary interest in the bill. I'm just curious if the member ever drinks spirits. If he pays for his own alcohol, I submit, he may indeed have pecuniary interest in the outcome of this bill. But I'll leave that between him and his bartender. Mr. Speaker, this is not an issue that comes up often in my riding. And I'm not sure whether the small issues like the potential revenue loss to the government and the bigger issues like the impact of this law on international agreements outweighs the perceived advantages of domestic drinkers of spirits, or to the industry that exports some 70% of our domestically produced product. I am wondering, Mr. Speaker, if the sponsor of this bill has obtained a legal opinion or possesses only a personal opinion when he says that the bill is not likely to face a WTO challenge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And what I will say is trade associations, industry experts have taken a look at this very carefully. And what I can say is this bill is very different than the excise tax changes that took place in the beer and the wine sectors. Those are coming up at WTO. This is completely different because it applies to all distilleries, not just specific ones. It doesn't lay preference to Canadian versus non-Canadian products or inputs that go into it. So it's covered there. I would be happy to have any lawyer on trade give their interpretation of it as well, and show it should get full scrutiny as well, because the intention of this bill is not to get into WTO issues, and we do take that very seriously here on this side of the House. So I appreciate the question. I knew that would be coming up, and I want to assure that this isn't the first time we've thought about that, and industry, trade associations feel very confidently that this will pass the test.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Central Okanagan's Milkaming Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank the honourable member for his speech and for the work that he's doing. Actually, when I produced a private member's bill to help the wine industry, I was a teetotaler at the time and hadn't partaken in any Okanagan wine. And so I appreciate his honesty, but also his focus on increasing economic growth here in Canada. When I've done pre-budget consultations in British Columbia, Mr. Speaker, the Victoria distillers advocated for this. In my old riding of Okanagan Coquihalla, the Maple Leaf Spirits asked for this. Industry, it seems, is asking for this in every part of the country from my discussions with other members of Parliament. Knowing that this member has put forward a bill that will help many different parts of the economy, is he getting feedback from some of these organizations like tourism, et cetera, that he thinks that could be brought to committee to address some of the concerns that some of the members across the way have?
Honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Okay. Well, one of the significant differences maybe between some of the different industries compared to the distillery industry is that you can operate your distillery in an industrial park in Concord, Ontario, or you can conduct your distillery on a farm. It's really that broad. And what I would say is that there's a distillery in Ontario, a small distillery in Ontario in Prince Edward County. There's one in Concord, Ontario, like I mentioned. There's one in Grimsby, Ontario. There's large ones in Windsor, et cetera. So what I would say is that tourism, yes, they've seen the benefits to the wine industry and the beer industry and the small breweries that have grown in a recent number of years. This will increase tourism. There's no doubt about it. It will increase the experience. I can look at my riding of Huron-Bruce. When I was first elected, there was no wineries, there was no breweries, nothing. We have three wineries now and 2 breweries. So when people come to a riding like Huron-Bruce, they come to the theater, they come for the lake. To be able to visit a winery or a brewery or even a distillery, it adds to the experience. It makes you want to come back. So from a tourism perspective, it's a no-brainer.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Gatineau.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise on Bill C-232, and I congratulate my honourable friend from Huron-Bruce for his quite obviously diligent work on this issue. And perhaps in the future we can contemplate having a wee dram over this or any other issue in the House, and so I congratulate him on his work. However, sadly, we will, many of us on this side will be unable to support this bill. The Government of Canada is focused on helping middle-class Canadians have more money in their pockets so that they are able to save for retirement and provide for their families. Mr. Speaker, we know that the single best thing we as a government can do for Canadian businesses, including our spirits industry, is to create a strong economy with a strong customer base, a strong consumer base, a middle class that feels confident about the present and future and is on a secure financial footing. And Mr. Speaker, this is exactly what the Government of Canada has helped to support and sustain. In Budget 2016, we've taken an essential step to revitalizing the Canadian economy. Budget 2016 puts people first and delivers the help that Canadians need. It is an essential step to restore prosperity to the broadest cross-section of our consumer base, the middle class. That is why, Mr. Speaker, the first item that the Minister of Finance introduced in his motion earlier this week was the Canada Child Benefit. Compared to the existing system of child benefits, the new Canada Child Benefit will be simpler, tax-free, more generous, and better targeted to those who need it most. It will put more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 Canadian families. Families will receive an average of $2,300 more annually, and this is the most significant social policy innovation in a generation. De plus, Monsieur le Président, près de...
What's more, Mr. Speaker, some 9 million Canadians are already benefiting from the tax cuts for the middle class that were put in place by the government last December. These are the types of measures that show leadership in crucial times. This helps Canadians when and where they need it the most. Our spirits industry plays an important role in the economy, in our diversified economy, as so well described by the honourable member opposite. As we're talking about a reduction in tax in this bill, the excise taxes have not changed over 30 years. This situation means that our producers are already benefiting from a rate that takes into account the inflation that has occurred since. Using the excise tax to provide support to the industry, Spirits Canada, an organization which is an important stakeholder, has stated that any lightening of the Excise Tax Act would have to be invested into export markets to increase distillers' profits. There's no indication that the savings would be transferred on to the average Canadian consumer in terms of lesser costs.
Our diverse economy. As we discuss the rate reduction proposed in this bill, it is important to first note that the excise duty rates have been effectively unchanged for 30 years. This means that our producers are already benefiting from a diminished real rate of taxation due to inflation since then. There is little to no policy rationale to use the excise tax system to provide financial support to the spirits industry. Spirits Canada is an important stakeholder for the industry, and they've indicated, Mr. Speaker, that any relief in excise duty is meant to be reinvested in export markets and increase the profit margins of distillers. There's no indication that any savings are meant to be passed on to the average Canadian consumer in the form of lower prices. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, since exported alcohol products are completely exempt from federal excise duties, it is fair to say that the average Canadian consumer would likely pay the cost for producers charging lower prices in overseas markets without benefiting from savings here in Canada. Standard servings of beverage alcohol products based on a 17 milliliter volume of absolute ethyl alcohol are subject to varying amounts of federal excise. The higher relative duty on spirits has been a long-standing feature of the alcohol taxation structure both at the federal and provincial levels, and is consistent with the fact that spirits are generally higher value products. The Canadian distilling industry is dominated by multinational companies that are export-oriented, with over 70% of annual national production being exported. Since exported alcohol products are completely exempt from federal excise duties, most domestic spirits production would not be affected by any excise duty reduction. Instead, domestic consumers of Canadian spirits would likely pay for the cost of producers charging lower prices in foreign markets. A general excise duty reduction would also apply in the bill to imported spirits products sold in Canada, which account for roughly 1/3 of all domestic sales. If this reduction is similarly not passed on to consumers, this would result in a large windfall gain for either provincial liquor boards, which are the sole legislated importers of spirits into Canada, or the foreign producers selling to those liquor boards. Perhaps most importantly, tax policy programs targeted exclusively to Canadian producers or products face the risk, as my colleague from Laurentides-Labelle raised, the risk of being considered offside international trade rules, as this could be considered to discriminate against imported products. The current excise duty relief provisions targeted for Canadian beer and wine were already the subject of a 2007 World Trade Organization dispute brought by the EU. This dispute was ultimately settled by Canada agreeing to provide compensatory tariff reductions on affected products. Canada
continues to face international pressure with respect to the existing measures. Any new tax measure that would promote spirits at a national level would likely lead to new disputes, trade disputes between Canada and against Canada rather. Another way to view the issue is to acknowledge that reducing excise taxes for national products, and if other countries were to take retaliatory measures, this could in fact jeopardize exports of spirits from Canada, which is an industry my colleague is defending, and it represents a significant share of the industry. Mr. Speaker, I also want to point out to the House that the implementation of a new excise tax system for national producers could run counter to the position adopted by Canada for trade disputes at the international level. Canada has recently joined in the EU challenge for the discriminatory tax treatment of spirits in Colombia at the behest of Spirits Canada.
Speaker, people work hard. They expect their government and their economy to work hard for them in return. At the core of our plan is the notion that when you have an economy that works for the middle class, you have a country that works for everyone. Budget 2016 is the first step in that plan. This approach means new investments in skills and labor strategies and an innovation to unlock the potential of greater productivity. Those, Mr. Speaker, are the real drivers of economic growth and job creation. Our goal remains the same. We are committed to strong economic growth, and we need the resolve to follow through on sustained strategic investments, guided by a vision of the future in which all Canadians have a real and fair chance at success. This is our government's central mission. We are choosing to take advantage of an historic opportunity to invest in people and the economy and to prepare Canada for a brighter future. Of course, we recognize that this is only the beginning. We have much work ahead of us, but we know there is no limit to what we can achieve as a country. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to have this opportunity to speak to this bill, standing in the name of my colleague, the member for Huron Bruce, and I'd like to thank him for the initiative that he has put forth today. From the outset, I will say that I'm a bit disappointed to have heard the comments made by the member for Gatineau. He missed the essence of this bill, in fact, which is designed to help micro distillers, small producers producing under 100,000 liters of alcohol per year. So I'm disappointed that he focused on this modest reduction for small micro distillers producing under 100,000 liters.
And this is one of my objections to this bill. In fact, it is the only one, and that is by reducing excise tax on the 100,000 liters. It's mainly the big players that are going to benefit from that reduction. The emphasis in the bill, as my colleagues said very clearly, was the micro producers, not the big ones, which are the ones that are exporting. It is certainly an exporting industry, and we know that distillers everywhere export a lot of their product. But in fact, it's the distillers that produce less than 100,000 liters that are being really targeted here, and I hope that my colleague across the floor will keep that in mind. My colleague, the member for Huron Bruce, said quite clearly that distillers are very important to a number of regions in Canada. These are small businesses that hire people across the country, and they're trying to get into a market that isn't very easy to access, and that is the spirits market. So I think if we look at the Excise Tax Act as it stands, we should look for ways to try to make these businesses more competitive. We also import a lot of distillers' products. We know we export quite a lot, but the import market is important as well from other countries. So I think it is important to try to focus mainly on the micro distillers, the small players, in a market that is extremely competitive, but also very highly regulated. There is a lot of paper burden. When you read the Excise Tax Act, you can see all of the red tape, all of the work administratively that is necessary for these businesses when they want to export. There are quarterly reports, another report that is annual. Every liter of alcohol produced has to be accounted for. It has to be bottled, labeled, and so on. So there have to be licenses obtained that are renewed every year. There are inspectors that come under the Minister of National Revenue. They have to have access and be able to verify all of the documentation. So these small players that get into the business are often very small. There are such businesses across the country, and we see these micro distilleries popping up everywhere. In Quebec, there are a few new ones that have just come into the market. And everything we hear about these micro distilleries comes down to the administrative burden that they have to bear. I mentioned the licenses, and they also have to have money set aside as surety. So it takes quite a while to get a return on investment. These products, in some cases, like Canadian whiskey, has to be aged. So it has to be 3 years in the cask before it is used. And of course, that is a substantial investment, which will bring a profit after 3 years. But first of all, you have to do the research and development in order to have a good product that can be internationally competitive. It's important as well to remember the representations made by the Distillers Association. They talked about this issue, and they did a lot of research and came to the conclusion that there was a need to rebalance the playing field a bit. There are some sectors that have substantial advantages over the other sectors. And that's why, to some extent, the Distillers Association came to that conclusion, and in the pre-budget consultations, they called on the government to reduce excise tax on the first 100,000 liters produced for small distillers. We know that reducing the tax would be for the first 100,000 and would help these small distillers. Obviously, in the committee, we could look at whether there need to be adjustments to those provisions that are being proposed. Now, there's also the issue that I would like to have been able to ask my colleague about. I didn't get a chance to ask a question, but in Bill C-232, the first clause amends Section 122 of the Excise Act. It says, with respect to the first 100,000 liters of spirits produced in Canada, what the Distillers Association was asking for was a bit different. They were talking about the absolute ethyl alcohol content, not the spirits. So it might be important to check whether that was really the intention here in Bill C-232. Is it 100,000 liters of spirits or absolute ethyl alcohol? If I mention that, it's because if we use the 100,000 liters of spirits, well, it's 40 proof, that's 40% alcohol, and so that would mean the first 40,000 liters and not the first 100,000 liters of spirits. So I would be interested to know what the intention of my colleague was who sponsored the bill, because spirits contain more than just straight alcohol. I just want to conclude by saying that the NDP, or at least I support the bill, and I believe my caucus does as well. We support this bill and would like to see it go to committee. I know that the costs were estimated at about $55 million, and that cost could be recouped because there would be an increase in production over a few years. I would ask all of my colleagues here to support this bill so that we can send it to committee. It's very important to support the industry and especially the small businesses, these micro distillers. So I would call on everyone to support the bill. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A fitting bill for a Friday afternoon. First of all, my congratulations to my colleague from Huron-Bruce, who I think has done an excellent job on a bill that I think will actually significantly help the prospects of economic diversification in many different corners of our country. So I had a speech prepared, but I actually want to spend time refuting some of the points that have been brought up and the assumptions in some of the questions from my Liberal colleague today, and I hope that they'll actually consider this and also understand that, as my colleague from Huron-Bruce said, I believe that he's open to amendments of the bill, so I hope that this bill isn't rejected flat out. And this is why. As an example, when the wine industry took root in British Columbia about roughly 30 years ago in its present form, that particular industry completely transformed the economy of interior British Columbia and British Columbia as a whole. At today's point, the wine industry in British Columbia, it's not just about the production of the product itself, which is delicious, and I certainly encourage all of my colleagues to try some delicious BC VQA wine. But what's more important is the number of people as well that are employed in the sector, the investments that have been made in infrastructure around the industry, hospitality, wine tourism. It's fundamentally changed the region. And this is, when we look at economic diversification, it's not just about a grant or running a $30 billion deficit. It's actually about making small, meaningful changes that can significantly encourage investment and new activities. And that is what this bill does. This is one of these small, meaningful changes that can significantly impact an entire industry. So what do I mean by economic diversification? Why is this bill helpful? If this bill comes into force, it will, without a shadow of a doubt, encourage investment by small producers into microdistillery. We have the data on that. I know I only have 10 minutes, but I encourage my colleagues from the Liberal Party to look at the Consumer Trend Report that Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada published with some of the market indicators on the potential growth of the spirit industry in Canada. There is a huge potential for growth here if we have the right economic conditions. And what we're hearing from the industry is this particular measure that's included in the bill is what needs to happen in order for people to do a few things. First of all, make the investment into equipment and facilities to produce this product. Second of all, to look at, as my colleague mentioned, new crops, the diversification of our agri-food and agriculture sector, and also to make us more competitive internationally and in the domestic market. So one of the assumptions that came up in questions was that by making the small meaningful change, that somehow government revenue will be reduced. I firmly push back on that particular assumption because I do believe, as we've seen in the wine industry where we made certain changes to allow that industry to grow, we've seen an enormous growth in the amount of money that comes into as part of Canada's GDP through that industry. So where we've made small changes, we've seen more revenue come into the government's coffers because you've got more investment, you've got more tax revenue coming from that. So we know that you don't necessarily have to increase taxes to get more government revenue. I actually believe it's the opposite. I believe that when you reduce taxes, people will take more risk. It will incent them to try new products, to try new programs, and that's what this bill does. So specifically with regard to the taxation reduction that's included, or the excise tax that's reduced in this bill, the assumption that because there hasn't been an increase in the excise tax over a period of time, that it hasn't, there has been no material real increase in taxes, or it's actually been a reduction, misses the point. The point is that other countries around the world have reduced their excise tax significantly, and therefore, when Canadian distillers are trying to get into that market, or when Canadian consumers are considering a choice in product, Canadian producers are unduly disadvantaged. And this bill would change that. This puts Canadian producers of spirits on an even playing field and an even footing. One could argue we could even go farther than some of their international competitors. So to me, I think that if we did that, we would be able to see the growth of the industry. Distilleries are something that can impact the economic diversification of virtually any region of the country. So, and we've certainly seen a big increase in the appetite for these types of products. Just to re-emphasize, this is not a niche issue. This industry has a significant impact on the Canadian economy already. There's over 8,500 jobs that are associated with the spirits industry. The excise duty revenues have increased by over 40% between 2006 and 2015. So this shows that as the industry grows, government revenue increases. So if we slightly decrease the excise tax rate to make it more attractive for investment into this industry, we're likely, based on these forecasts, going to see an increase in revenue over time. Another very interesting fact in terms of the other economic spin-off is that Canadian distillers use 320,000 metric tons of Canadian grain, and spirits producers are the largest purchasers of rye grain in Canada and among the top producers of grain corn in Ontario, Quebec, and Manitoba. So again, this is about the economic diversification, not just of one industry sort of expanding itself. It's also looking at how we make our agriculture industry more competitive and more diverse. According to the Distilled Spirits Council of the United States, 54% of the retail price is federal, state, and local taxes, but a comparable number in Canada for Canadian whiskey is 82%. So you can see what a large delta there is in terms of being able to be competitive with international producers. Canadian whiskey and other spirits account for over 2/3 of Canada's beverage alcohol exports, with wine and beer being less than 1/3. So why is this important? Why is this bill important to looking at our international competitivity? Because our spirits industry is actually at the forefront in terms of promoting Canada's brand awareness in international markets on our overall beverage products. More equitable federal duty rates for spirits are critical to spur growth and investment in industry plants, brands, innovation, and opening of foreign markets. Essentially, if you're a spirits producer or if you're a craft distiller, I appreciate some of the comments that my colleague from the NDP had made as well. If you're looking at making investments in expanding your production and you want to market overseas, or if you want to encourage Canadians to partake in your beverages, this is a very clear signal from the government that we're here to support growth. In my time as Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification, I had a small pool of funds that were available to fund projects that would hopefully help encourage trade or skilled labor training or promote diversity in the economy through developing new and innovative products. Grants are one thing, but sometimes tools like this, where we slightly reduce a tax rate, it can be so powerful in terms of sending a signal to the industry that we're serious about seeing it grow. So Mr. Speaker, I just want to conclude by saying that to me this is a really easy and simple thing that the government can do to send a signal to the industry that they want to see this industry grow, and that economic diversification is something that they are serious about. I've heard what many of the speeches talked about, supporting the middle class and this and that. At the end of the day, this particular move will undoubtedly create jobs in Canada. It will make our agriculture industry more resilient, and it will certainly allow new and interesting sources of revenue for producers who might be looking to enter this market. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to speak today to Bill C-232, an act to amend the Excise Act 2001 spirits. This bill would amend the act to reduce the rates of duty on certain amounts of spirits, that is for the 100,000 liters, first 100,000 liters of spirits. Now, here are the details. The first 100,000 liters of spirits would be subject to only $6 a liter of excise tax, and this would be almost a 50% reduction because the rate right now is $11 per liter. Now, for all spirits, the amount would be 100,000 liters. So this would result in a reduction of excise tax that would be brought in by the government. We feel that this bill should not be supported because since the bill was introduced on March 22nd, the government has looked at the issue. We looked at the challenges in promoting greater exports in order to reduce the tax. On January 1st, 2016, Canadians pay a tax in the middle class at a level that has now been reduced, and this will help us increase our economic growth. There are 600,000 Canadians that benefit by an average of $330 less tax paid per year. To help offset this reduction in tax, the government has taxed those at the highest levels at a higher level, so those earning over $200,000. Bill C-232 brings in measures that would not be helpful to taxpayers. Right now, the distillery industry exports over 70% of its production. Because the amount exported is not subject to federal tax, it is not helping our tax regime. The distillers have indicated that they would use the tax relief for exporting. Therefore, the taxpayers would be offsetting these reductions. The general reduction in excise tax would also apply to imported spirits sold in Canada, which account for about a third of distillery products in Canada. There would be a negative effect on the economy through this bill. If it were to be adopted, the bill would cost Canadians about $55 million a year. I would like to mention another flaw in Bill C-232, and that is that it would have a negative effect on both the domestic and international market. We want to create an investment climate that will be helpful to the Canadian economy and middle-class Canadians. We want to remove roadblocks to exporting through adequate measures, and we want to enable Canadians to take up new opportunities. The Canadian government is concluding its work on the trade agreement with the European Union. This agreement will enable Canadians to have greater opportunities in the European market. Our government wants to strengthen our trade relationships, and we want to make sure that our products are competitive internationally. We don't want to bring in any measures that could be considered discriminatory. Bill C-232 would reduce excise tax for the first 100,000 liters of spirits. And if this tax reduction for Canadian products were to be considered discriminatory, this would be harmful. We want to make sure that the distillery industry and other sectors are not affected. We feel that Bill C-232 would compromise Canadians' competitiveness on the international market. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Central Okanagan-Similkameen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just again want to state on the record here today that I'm very much in support of the honourable member's bill, specifically around excise, and I come to this as a British Columbian who's consulted with stakeholders on the matter. I mentioned earlier in the debate that in my former riding of Okanagan-Coquihalla, there is a fine distiller called Maple Leaf Spirits, who actually was located originally in an industrial section of the city and now resides on the beautiful Naramata benches along with the other wineries. And the reason why I raise this to this place is that artisan distillers are quickly becoming very similar to, Mr. Speaker, very similar to what we've seen in the wine industry in British Columbia, where people, as part of their vacation, want to golf, they want to stay, they want the beaches, but also they want to see a different side to what they drink or what they eat. And so often, Mr. Speaker, the opportunity for them to go to a winery or now to one of these artisan distilleries has really increased the profile of British Columbia, but also has increased the economic development. Now, the author of the bill, the sponsor of the bill, has said that there are many aspects to this bill, particularly to farmers, who will obviously be selling more of their crops to the distillers, who will then value add, something I think that most people would say is a good activity, and then to see them be able to sell more internationally, I believe would all be a part of this bill. And the reason why I would say that, Mr. Speaker, is simply when you look in the context of the spirits industry, it's you have a few larger players that have unique considerations. Again, Canadian whiskey having to be put away for 3 years, stored for 3 years before it could be sold, to many of the small distillers, as I mentioned earlier, my former riding, Maple Leaf Spirits. And what this will do, rather than government coming out with a grant where certain companies who know about the grant can apply to it, what this does is it allows the entire sector to free up a portion of its budget that originally would be going to the excise tax and say, do we want to develop our tourism facilities? Do we want to scale up production, especially for the small producers? Mr. Speaker, these two opportunities are very, very important because having more sales at the farm gate, the cellar gate is very important, but also being able to scale up means that they'll be utilizing more Canadian product, and then they'll have the economies of scale that they can be more competitive in their pricing. Now, in the cases of Victoria Distillers in Sydney, BC, they have a tremendous tourism facility there. It's very impressive. But they've said that they've been really trying to reach out to the United States, particularly, I believe Seattle was one of their target areas, because Victoria Gin, one of their spirits, Mr. Speaker, was doing quite well there. They were building some brand presence. And so for them, they would actually be able to use some of this money for further marketing. So, Mr. Speaker, there is a number of reasons why this bill should go to committee, because we see an opportunity where we can help an industry to make, and rather than, again, a grant going to an individual company, and again, not every company is going to be able to take advantage of every grant. But for every company that deals in this area would be able to say, how am I going to allocate that money? Am I going to invest in our facilities? Am I going to invest so we can scale up? Are we going to increase our economies of scale so we can sell at a competitive price? Are we going to use that money for marketing so we can sell more product? Mr. Speaker, this member has come up with a solution that is very market-based, that is very innovative. And again, government always seems to say that business should innovate. This is a very good case where governments can innovate, look at old tax law, revise their tax law, Mr. Speaker, and support and be able to allow these businesses to grow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 2:30 p.m., the House stands adjourned until Monday, May 2nd at 11 a.m., subject to Standing Order 24-1.